Hello, everyone. How are you all today?
Strongest Man hopeful, and we're going to put him through the heats events for World's Strongest Man, and that is none other than
Coach Greg.
Coach Greg. We have world record cycle Bax Power bike holder, and I'm going to try to teach Greg how to make World's Strongest Man. What do you think are your odds?
1 in a million.
1 in a million. Well, I think you are 1 in a million, and I think a lot of you think that about Greg as well.
CDG Internet Chiller's first dono of the day. Hey, Richard, just watched your workout stream from this morning. While I work out, I did legs. Now I'm doing biceps. So you were curling 48 pounds a day. I'm surprised. I thought you were stronger. I'm recovering from an injury, so I'm not lifting the most amount of weight I possibly can. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Sama, donate chillers. Yo, you copying the Oblivion remake? Probably not. I might later, but I'm just not interested in playing it now. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well, so without further ado, let's get stuck into it, and we will go through the events. We need a barbell, axle, dumbbell, and log. Yeah. Now, the whole premise is I have my times for all of these things.
Yeah.
We're gonna put it at your weight, and then you're gonna try to beat the times of them.
What's my?
We'll
Is
coach you
it
through it a
based
bit.
on like a body weight, or what is it based on?
It would technically be based on body weight, yeah, but we don't have all of the proper body weight, so we're just gonna figure out what seems to be reasonable.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there.
All right.
Yeah, it'll be a good challenge.
You want me to?
As my coach, why don't you run him through this and teach him how to do it?
Okay. So as you can see, we've got 4 different implements here. These are part of an event that they're going to be doing at World's Strongest Man. The guys have a 90 kilo dumbbell, and then it's 150 kilos, so 330 pounds on each implement. We're not going to make you do 330.
Also just wanted to ask, since the Australian guy didn't get clarification, so do lateral raises work your upper traps? Why or why not? Thanks.
Just take my word for it, they don't. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
30 pounds today.
Imagine.
But let's just have a look at how you can, because some people pick up a log and press it no problem. One thing a lot of bodybuilders find hard is to utilize the whole body in the movement. It's not like a bench press where you're just trying to focus on pressing. You
Yeah.
want to be a bit more like an Olympic lifter. Use your whole body, use every single muscle fiber in that body to lift each object. Think of speed rather than just kind of slow pressing.
Yeah.
We're not worried about time under tension here. We're trying
Yeah.
to move the weight as fast as possible. So, and I would try to use a bit of a push press just so you're using the whole body. Good stuff.
Similar
Why is he wearing these gay-ass fucking running shoes?
to that.
Yep. Nice. Try to get your head through, because one thing you're going to be looking for is the referee giving you the down signal. Good. So axle, the real challenging thing with the axle is it's very similar in terms of the whole movement, except the thickness of the bar when it gets heavy makes it much, much harder to clean. So as it gets heavier, you'll see guys have to put it onto
I've
their
seen them
stomach.
wrest like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
One
if I'll
thing
be
you'll
doing
have to do,
that.
because you've got the six pack, you're not you don't have the power belly. Try to focus on kind of pushing the hips forwards a little bit more.
What, on the way
Squeeze
up
it. You
or at the
on
top?
that kind of on the clean.
CDG donated $2. Low, come on, that was a good one, Richard. Cheer up. Anyway, so what's your plan for the growth hormone? What personal benefits were you speaking of? What about actual roids? Also, what's your best for dumbbell curls, hammer curls, respectively? Thanks. My like best set of 5 for dumbbell curls is 70 pounds with the fat grips. And I think I've usually just used the same weight for hammer curls. I don't think I got any higher. So I usually just did dumbbell curls and then hammer curls. As far as the benefits from growth hormone, just injury prevention primarily. And if I do get a little banged up, just heal faster. That's the primary thing that I kind of want to something dark side, something. I don't know if I'm interested in taking steroids, so like testosterone, masteron, that sort of shit. But growth hormone seems to have like fairly substantive benefits with very low risk of side effects, if any. Like at least at the doses that I'd consider taking it at. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Kumar donated $2. Every time I see you, this is my reaction. You are super fucking hot.
I love you. I love you. Israel woman, I love you so much. I want to marry Israel woman in life. Thank you so much. Please marry me, dear, bold and beautiful Israel woman. Thank you very much.
Alright, I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Kumar. No, I'm not a degenerate retard SARM goblin who's gonna take MK677 for absolutely no fucking reason. I'd get actual GH. Son Goku donated. He says that arguing with women is a waste of time and dudes just shouldn't put up with it. I think he makes valid points.
To learn to stop arguing with women is pointless. You'll find yourself in a cyclical battle of reiterating the same points over and over and trying to get back to the original point that you diverted from. Women do not see facts. They see mean, rude, good, bad. That shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be this way. I don't like that. That's not fair. Notice how they always say, I feel like. Doesn't matter what amount of evidence you present women with. If she doesn't like it, she will not acknowledge it. She will not accept it. If you tell a woman 2 + 2 is 4 and she don't like you or a 4, you just became a bigot, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic, xenophobic. Someone hurt you or you're gay. Fellas, y'all gonna have to learn to stop arguing with
It's fine to argue with somebody. It's just that when you realize they're not intellectually honest or mature enough to have a productive argument, then yeah, there's obviously no point in arguing with them. Like, it's just done. So, thanks for the donation, Son Goku. What do you think of Oblivion Remaster? Yeah. Yeah. For sure. That's true. It's fucking cold. I need a blanket. Oh, god damn it.
I prefer natural Richard, but I respect your choice. Are you afraid that once you open that Pandora box, you can't go back? Do you think it would shorten your life? Or could you do like a Connor Murphy enhanced natty?
No, I probably won't shorten my life. And, I can always stop if I don't like it, so. It's all fine. Fine like wine. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Hassan crash out. Ethan challenges him to debate after he talks to Sam Seder, probably next week.
Time to start planting the seed here. I want to talk to Sam, and then I want to talk, and Hassan, I'm ready to get on a call with you without any prerequisite. You don't have to watch the video. I think it's time we talk it out. And let me say, and let me add a caveat, or not a caveat, but a prediction. I think that Hassan, being the ever coward that he is and always constantly moving the goalposts, will find a way to justify dodging it. It will either be that, oh, Ethan is way too gone to talk, or, oh, Ethan's just going to get Destiny talking points, or Ethan's going to blitz me with Destiny, or what's the point of talking to him? He will find some, or he's just going to lie. He'll find some way to get out of it. That's my prediction. And we'll see. I mean, listen, like I said, we'll see what's what once all this shit settles. So I am going to talk to Sam, and then afterwards I want to talk to Hassan, and let's see who makes excuses and who's the coward and who's the liar.
Very well. He is ashamed of what it will look like if we have a conversation, no matter how bad faith he tries to present the issues with. He can be as bad faith as he wants. He doesn't have to be charitable. I'm not fucking just pearly things, okay? I don't need prep time. I don't need an entire crew to fucking feed me information in real time while we're having this conversation. That's why I said I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to entertain it anytime, any place.
He has Discord mods and shit feed him information when he's streaming.
Even without seeing the context, puke. How could I do that? How could I actually talk to Ethan if he has such a strong, convincing case? If he has such an airtight case, how would I not be able to have this conversation with him? Why is he the one who's ducking me and not the other way around?
He's not ducking you. What a dipshit. Thanks for the donation, retard. Come isn't vegan, donate $2. Did you see Myron debate college kids?
Oh man, here we go.
Okay.
Hello.
Do I deserve more or less?
Are you a man or a woman?
I'm asking you. Do I deserve more or less?
Well, probably less.
Even now, when my voice is lower than yours?
Even less now. Because women only get in line when you have other women in line. Now I know that... What was that?
What's going on here? Oh, this is... okay. Thought part of his head was invisible or something. They all debate college kids, I've noticed. Like, all the conservative fucktards who want to make themselves, like, look smart, they just go debate college kids. Like, why the fuck not debate, like, people who do debate for a living?
He said you're not welcome on campus, prick.
Oh, look at this guy. Nice jorts. Nice jorts.
Hey, I have another question. Do you know who invented Wi-Fi? Like the technology for Wi-Fi?
Let me guess, a woman?
Well, yeah. So if it wasn't for a woman, your podcast, you wouldn't have one, and it wouldn't have gotten demonetized.
Oh, good one. Yeah, so here's the thing. We do a direct connect on our pod, so.
I don't care.
Wi-Fi is, oh, now it's I don't care. Okay, great.
Hello, sir.
Make sure to hit the gym as well.
Sir. Hey,
Hey, just being honest, man.
sir.
Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Sir,
hey,
if you're here to
the
have
girls
a
aren't gonna fuck you,
conversation,
man.
I'm trying to have one with you.
Like the girls aren't gonna fuck you, bro. White knighting is not gonna do it.
Okay, hi. Would you
This is just fucking embarrassing, dude.
like to have an actual conversation?
This is fucking awesome. It's a learned skill that they need to develop to learn how to properly deal with women. So
Why
that
do
they
you
don't
need to
end
learn
up-
how to deal with people?
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I teach guys to avoid women like you, as a matter of fact.
Thank you. Stay away
Yeah,
from me.
yeah, well, I don't know. You should be in the kitchen somewhere, but it's fine. We'll have this discussion. Because a man's job is to be a leader and be assertive and convey information. Women, you guys are supposed to be quiet and make sandwiches. That's the difference.
You can make your own sandwich. If you need to take a crash course on how to talk to other people, you can take a crash course on how to make a fucking sandwich.
Anyway.
If you're such a strong provider,
sound,
provide!
You sound mad that, do you know how to make a sandwich?
Yeah, I do. Want me to teach you?
No, thank you. That's a woman's job.
Nuclear family, which is a... I really think your ideology...
Okay. Well, thanks for the donation. Cum isn't vegan. Alu, donate $2. Me love snot. Snot love you. Snot say CDG gay boy. That's very strange. Thanks for the donation, Alu.
Hi VG, didn't see you yesterday, where were you?
I was sleeping. Had trouble sleeping. So then I just slept later. And then I got up early and had a workout. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I sucked a dick.
Well, congratulations. Thanks for the donation going, Anders. CDG, donate $2. Saw your calves on the workout stream. Damn, you have the small calf genes like me, even though when you flex, they're obviously well developed. They're small looking from the front. That's how mine are, lol. Meanwhile, some people have giant calves as fatty. It is what it is, man. It's not like a big deal anyway. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
They debate college kids because they think that college kids are smart when in reality they really are not.
Yeah, they're pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Peterson broke Nazi brain. Donate $2. Ignore gay caption. Just watch clip.
That virtualization has enabled the psychopaths.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, well,
Without a doubt.
That's a terrible thing because the psychopathic types, they're always the death of everything. Like I'm seeing this come up on the right now. So imagine this. I've been working on a new theory of political psychopathology, and I like it quite a lot.
Is this where the term the woke right comes in?
Yeah, well, Lindsay is pointing at that, but he hasn't
Yes.
got the diagnosis exactly right. So it isn't woke. That's not the issue. It's not exactly.
I
He's
think
one
what
level.
they're talking about is like similar types of behavior.
He is talking about that. Yeah, no.
But
What
it's
he's
just,
point.
woke just lets you clarify in your head. Oh, it's like that.
Yeah, but the problem is
It's like Antifa.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem is that argument is predicated on the claim that the ideas are the problem, like the woke ideas, for example, on the right or the left. But that's not the problem. The problem is that 4 to 5% of the population, something like that, is cluster B, that's the DSM-5 terms, histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, psychopathic, or they have dark tetrad traits, they're Machiavellian, they're sadistic. That's about 4%. Okay, so the question is, how do these people maneuver? And the answer is they go to where the power is, and they adopt those ideas, and they put themselves even on the forefront of that.
Right.
But the ideas are completely irrelevant.
Right.
All they're doing is they're the Pharisees. They're the modern version of the Pharisees. They're the people who use God's name in vain, right? As they proclaim moral virtue.
Yes.
Doesn't matter whether it's right or left or Christian or Jewish or Islam. They invade the idea space, and then they use those ideas as false weapons to advance their narcissistic advantage.
Yes.
And so then you have the problem, and the right's going to face this more and more, particularly because the left had to face it when they were in powers.
Yes.
How do you identify the psychopathic parasites, 4% of the population, who are clothed in your clothing and
Right.
waving your flags,
Right.
but who are only in it for narcissistic benefit?
That was pointless to watch. Jordan Peterson has gone full woke. Sad to see. What is he going woke over? Hodge twins? The fuck? I'm always admired many things, particularly bit surprised at his take on keeping the psychopaths away. No, I'm not. I'm just a non-expert comic, but it seems sloppy for a clinical psychologist to just throw out a mass diagnosis like this. He mentioned groypers as falling into this category. Oh, I see. So he's just pointing out the fact that there's a lot of fucking retarded assholes in the right wing, and okay, wow. These people are sensitive fucking crybabies, dude. Jordan Peterson used to be an almost messianic figure for disaffected young men, universally beloved and admired for his thoughtfulness and good humor. Tragic watching him immolate his legacy in recent years doing damage control for Israel. Alright, well, I guess that's that for Jordan Peterson. Thanks for the donation, Peterson broke, Nazi brain. Dude, it's so fucking hilarious. Like, the same people who are like pro-free speech and all the shit, like, they just shit their pants at the idea that Peterson is just merely pointing out, hey, there's a problem with people on the right wing too. Like, they can't handle it. Alu donated $2. Me love sucks not, but CDG sucks cock. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Alu.
Watch this anime, nigga.
I don't think I'm gonna watch that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. CDG donators, I love snot and cock. Okay, that's good. Appreciate the donation, CDG. CDG donate $2. So what happened to your bicep that you have to use 48 instead of 70 or going for progressive overload? How do you lose 20 pounds in your bicep curl overnight? Is that part of the reason why you want to take GH and you used to curl more than that in 2015? What the fuck do you want from me, dude? Yeah. Injuries make you lift less weight. Is that okay for you? Like do I have to... Why are you asking me this? Yeah. I have an injury on my arm, and as a result, I'm lifting less weight.
Oh please, if anyone is sociopathic, it's these conservative cretin nutjobs.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo. I want to know how you got injured. It's repetitive stress. Going Anders, donate $2. I love cock, not snot. Okay, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
Hey, what's going on lately? Haven't watched you much for a year or two. Are you in a house now? I notice in a basement or something. Also, have you tried vegan pickled goat hair with marinated vegan weasel rectum? Also, are you no longer with Jazz?
Yes, we broke up and I'm living in a house. Thanks for the donation, Jack. Donated $30. She's...
See? I told you you have small calves. You have the calves of a weak tiny bitch. Weak like the weak game everyone in chat has when they interact with women in chat. Weak like Oluwale's eyeglass prescription. You are half a man. Might as well chop off your dick.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude. Yo-Yo Vegan, donate $2.
Hello? Did you know it was me? Oh, good morning. Good morning. Hi. Good girl. Hi, Apollo.
The idea of having an MM.
I'm not watching that. Can we watch these? Ian Gary is fighting this weekend. I couldn't give a fuck about that video. We can watch this true crime one, but... Thanks for the donation, Yo-Yo Vegan. CDG donators, fair enough, but you didn't answer my question. Is that part of the reason why you want to take GH for personal benefits? I literally mentioned this several fucking times earlier. Like, yes. It's for, like, injury recovery and shit. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
CDG, my nigga, chill out. If VG wanna do growth hormones or any fucking drugs, let him. He's a fucking full-grown man.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
People ask Richard Berger the most retarded basic lifting, nutrition and fitness questions when they can easily do a basic Google search or ask ChatGPT. Instead they pay Richard Berger $3.
Alright, thanks for the donation, retard.
I want that baby to get hurt. That's all we care about, okay? We don't want that baby to get hurt. Do you want the baby to get hurt?
Hey, come over here. What the f are you doing?
My baby.
Listen.
They're taking their final steps toward one of the most horrifying police encounters ever documented. The police department releases an edited body cam to the public, but it's only now that the full story of this bleak
CDG donators wasn't saying anything, Joe. I was just asking, geez, anyway, why do you get injured so much? Been working out as long as you, and I have only been injured like once. Lol, anyways, now that you're injured. We curl the same amount, so I feel better, lol. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Can you react to this anti-natalist video?
Clause 7. You cannot choose the conditions of your birth.
No, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, JP.
tragedy can be told.
Here comes the Yep, I'm with her. You go with the baby. Okay.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. On November 7th, 2024, 2 officers with the Independence, Missouri Police Department respond to an apartment complex for a domestic disturbance.
Are you involved in this?
That's my wife.
Okay.
I just dropped her off to go get some gas, and I guess they beat her up.
Okay.
Is that person involved?
This is my husband.
No, is that person?
Predator Badland. What is that?
I didn't think you survived.
Hey, the Hood is doing the soundtrack. So is that a female predator?
You're hunting something that can't be killed.
Yeah, is that supposed to be a female predator? Because it looks different. You know, could be good, who knows. Hopefully it's at least enjoyable.
Involved. No, not that person. No.
Okay.
No, I'm involved.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Frank. I forgot. Frank Tufano uploaded some ments. Oh my god, what a pansy.
People may ask retarded questions that they could easily have answered by chat, but you don't get the Richard experience. You should have the stream vote on if you shoked take GH.
I don't know if I'm gonna do that, but thanks for the donation, Alan.
Yeah, one pretty important fact I forgot to include in the
Dude, what a fucking whiny baby. So he's claiming he need... This doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, you don't need electricity to have oxygen.
Yeah, one pretty important fact I forgot to include in the complaint is that I do use medical oxygen. So if they did cut my
That is not medical oxygen. Oxygen comes in a fucking tank.
electric off, that would be a little bit of an issue, I guess, when I'm sleeping. So we made 3 more filings in the court today. The first was the notice of appeal, which is just appealing the judge's decision on not giving me the restraining order to keep my power on. The second was a motion to disqualify, which means I want to remove the current judge because I believe he's biased against me, and request
Oh, wow. That's a great move. What an idiot.
for jury trial, which is my 7th Amendment right. So I want a jury trial to make a decision on the restraining order instead of a judge. And then I filed
There's no way they're going to give him a jury trial.
a new request for the injunctive relief, including that I'm on the medical oxygen and that it would be ridiculous, like if I had to rent a generator to
He's not on medical oxygen.
preserve my health and all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, these judges in these courts can do whatever they want, so go figure.
Dude, Frank is such a fucktard, dude. I just can't get over how he's such a fucking lolcow. He may be even more of a, like, ment producer than Blaha. Like, Blaha can go outside without anything happening. Like, he's a little awkward and weird, but it's like, okay, well, there he goes to the store, and then he's back home. Frank, every single time he steps outside, it's like an event.
UVG stuff like this makes me realize it's a shame that Trump made killing these fascist officers a crime punishable by death.
Yeah, it's a shame. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Oh my god, they gender swapped the Predator. What the fuck is Hollywood doing?
Well, there's female predators. They didn't gender swap anything. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's going on?
I called my son and asked him if it's okay for me to come up here to see my granddaughter.
The officers determine after speaking to the woman that she's been assaulted, and they go up to the apartment to investigate.
5. Okay. 6. It's 5. I'm sorry. Okay.
The officers wait to speak with the occupants, Mitchell Holder and Maria Pike, not yet knowing that they are only minutes away from a moment of shocking violence with irreversible consequences. But this isn't the Independence Police Department's first encounter with Maria, who called 911 2 weeks earlier to report that her infant daughter was not breathing.
Fell asleep on her baby? What the
Stop the bleeding.
Yeah. Where's she? We're getting a little bit from him now.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, fuck this.
So from there, don't worry about the press with this. Think about just coming to the stomach and hold it on the stomach. Now push your switch your glutes on and then pop through the ankles and the hips. It's such an alien movement for someone that's not used to it. Let me just show you. You're going to want to pull it to the stomach and almost push your hips forwards to stop that slipping. At the moment, you're kind of like this, is just going to fall down. So you've almost got to overextend through the hips, glutes switched on, hips pushed forward, and then you're going to push the knees out and dip and
I think this is the stupidest event in Strongman.
At least Frank and Blowhole leave their house. You just sleep all day, wake up and decompose in your chair, that smells like shit, even Jasmine said it on stream, and then sweat in the same smelly t-shirt after you worked out and you wear for days on end. Ha.
Well, that's not exactly true, but thanks for the donation, CDG. Yeah, this is the stupidest event in Strongman. Like, basically, it advantages people who are fat and have a huge stomach, or use, like, a ridiculously huge weight belt. It makes no sense. Like, why would you have a lift like this? So, if it was a normal size bar, then obviously you would just use, like, Olympic lifting techniques. But because they have this oversized axle bar, it just makes everything fucking stupid. And then, yeah, they have to do dumb shit, like hold the bar on their big fat stomach and use a fucking weight belt to, like, lift it up. It's just, why? It's dumb. It's, like, not a real lift.
Extend through the ankles to pop it up to the
So you're
shoulders.
dropping and then pushing up at the
but what
top.
you don't want to do is drop the hips back because the bar will slip.
Yeah.
So you're trying to kind of like dip to the side so the stomach stays forwards just to
Okay.
stop that bar coming down.
Yeah.
If you're strong enough, you can power clean it from the floor, but it tends to, as it gets heavier, get very hard to do that on the axle.
From here.
Yeah.
Hips forward.
There you
like
go.
that. And then when you dip like this.
So dip like this, and
there you go.
Okay.
So for me, I'll come from the ground, and as I come up midair, I let go when I catch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
All right. Log, last one. We've got your competition log is this guy, but we've got a Greg log here.
All right.
This is a Mitch log and a Greg log.
And you grab on any width, or?
I go for wide. Yeah. Up to you. Okay, let's work on the first half. So you deadlift it and you stand up tall.
So okay, you deadlift and
Stand up
then
tall,
you.
then squat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then squeeze it into your stomach. Yes.
Or you're kind of curling it up.
So you're holding it into you, and
Yeah.
as you stand up, it will naturally roll. You're gonna swing it up to the shoulder, on the shoulder, dip, and it's a pop and a catch, not a press.
Okay.
Okay? So we're here, come up here, and then from here. Now, the important thing is, this has to be behind your head.
Okay.
If it's out here, it's all in your arm. And then
Yeah.
you have to shoulder press it, which
Yeah.
will be a lot more difficult than popping.
Go into your rack position. I'll just show Greg. If you come around this side.
Sure.
So he's looking at a few points of contact. Firstly, this side of the dumbbell is going to be against the back of his head and
Yeah.
into his neck. Resting on the shoulder and then the forearm contact here.
Yep,
That keeps
okay.
the balance. So you've got 3 points of contact. Makes it a lot easier to then stabilize and use that leg power to drive over the head.
And I actually have a big advantage because the back of my head is flat. So it gives a nice surface to stick on.
Okay. Oof. Okay, 3 spots. Oh, geez.
Nice. Good job. That was good. First attempt. It's the
That's hard.
size of it is intimidating.
The size and the weight. Just,
I think you'll be all right at this. We're being very sensible in terms of the weights we're using. First time doing it is very intimidating. Just the awkwardness of the strongman events. Like Greg's a strong guy, but the size of that dumbbell just puts you off completely. And because he's so used to bodybuilding type movements.
Look, I don't usually whinge about alien film and games and shit, except of course The Last of Us casting the retarded barn owl. Now they are race swapping Snape in the new HBO Harry Potter series, casting Papa Essiedu. Enough.
No one wants it, so they're all wondering why people aren't watching shows or going to movie theaters, why all this shit is losing money. No one wants it. Like, I don't know how many more years it's gonna take for them to figure out that, oh, like, this is getting too gay for people to be fucked to watch. But they'll find out eventually, like, yeah, casting a potato in Last of Us, race swapping Snape, like, name whatever other stupid horseshit, like, it's just gonna make them lose money, and eventually they're just gonna, I don't know, make fucking movies and shit again. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Strongman is stupid. Just do normal exercises. Lifting stupidly shaped objects is dumb. Gay, boring, stupid, retarded faggotry. Hee hee hee. Burp. 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 Burp, 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 B.
All right, thanks for the donation, CDG. Appreciate it.
That workout stream earlier was fun. You should do more of those. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
All right, well, glad you enjoyed it. I might do some more. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
He doesn't really apply any speed and power into the movement, so it makes it harder than it actually is when you try and get him to use every single...
Dodo donated $2.
Studies say that 1/5 of Gen Zers deny the Holocaust, and over half think that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. So I've brought a Holocaust survivor to spread the truth. Do you think Holocaust happened?
Nope, no. I gotta see it to believe it. There's a lot of gray area in that debate.
What's the gray area you've heard?
It's about the whole Jew thing. It's yeah.
What have you heard? The Jews might have made it up, or
yeah.
So yeah, you think it might not have happened?
Yeah.
You call it a genocide, yeah.
That we can understand. If you would be
Sika official. Operatives of the Nigerian National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have intercepted a consignment of cocaine headed for Saudi Arabia. The shipment of illicit substances was reportedly concealed in religious books destined for the Gulf nation before a search revealed the contents. Wow. That is really well hidden.
Breaking news out of Washington, where we have just received word that SEAL Team 6 has carried out a daring overnight operation, successfully killing a student protester. White House sources are confirming that 19-year-old college sophomore Evan Dixon was indeed executed last night by an elite team of special forces after his location was revealed to be deep within the walls of this University of Pennsylvania dormitory. Senior political analyst Jason Copeland has been in close personal contact with the White House and joins us now with the latest.
Thanks, Dwight. Yeah, we're standing by as moments from now, President Trump is expected to address the nation and confirm the success of Operation Sitting Eagle. It was late last night that President Trump reportedly authorized the raid, which sent 25 highly trained military personnel into UPenn airspace, commanding them to, quote, show no mercy.
President Trump, of course, has said several times he would make it his personal mission to find and kill Dixon after he claimed responsibility for a student-led sit-in last semester. Jason, what do we know so far about the actual details of the raid?
Yeah, it was a high-risk operation that was almost over before it started. We're hearing reports that one of the two Black Hawk helicopters used in this mission actually suffered mechanical failure upon campus entry and crashed into Quaker Kitchen Dining Hall, where soldiers did encounter some resistance from several freshmen and at least one 19-year-old RA.
Right.
Now, from there, the remaining SEAL team members stormed the quad before breaching Stouffer College House, where inside their thermal cameras picked up a shirtless, groggy Dixon surrounded by dirty laundry, textbooks, and it was then that President Trump himself made that difficult, harrowing call to open fire, subsequently taking...
What's funny is Trump could technically legally do that at this point, which makes no sense.
Today, the FDA is taking action to remove petroleum-based food dyes from the U.S. food supply and from medications. For the last 50 years, American children have increasingly been living in a toxic soup of synthetic chemicals. The scientific community has conducted a number of studies raising concerns about the correlation between petroleum-based synthetic dyes and several health conditions.
This is a whole lot of nothing. So, the primary health issue in the United States is obesity and obesity-related illness. So, being fat as fuck, diabetic, hypertensive, having hypercholesterolemia, that is the big deal that, like, most other issues branch from. And then they're fucking saying, oh, yeah, we're gonna make Sour Patch Kids use natural food dyes now. All better. Your kids are safe. They have naturally dyed Sour Patch Kids. So, it's, I think it's all just a joke. Outrage across Muslim world over J-Lo concert 80 kilometers away from Holy Mosque in Mecca. Oh, there was a fucking J-Lo concert in Saudi Arabia? Like, these people don't get it. They really don't. Yeah, there may be a reason why they don't care about fucking Gaza. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Were you awake and were there hot nurses making winky faces at you when you got your balls clipped, I mean vasectomied? What thoughts ran through your head? Mine coming up soon. I want to make a shirt that say ask me about my vasectomy winky face.
No, there weren't any nurses there. What was I thinking? Wasn't really thinking anything. I was just hoping it was over soon. Didn't really hurt. There was only one point where he pinched a nerve or something and it hurt, but other than that, it wasn't too bad. Thanks for the donation, you know my name.
To be fair, some companies like Sony have already given up works like how they remade Ghostbusters again after the crappy all-female Ghostbusters bombed.
Yeah, but they're Japanese. So, you know, they're like thinking, American like a wokeism, make a Ghostbusters a feminism, and then it failed, and then they're like, okay, feminism film failed, go back to make a normal movie now. Like, that's, they don't care, so... Yeah, if a Japanese company tries the whole woke thing and it fails, they're like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're just gonna be normal now. Like, for whatever reason, Americans and shit, it's like actually it's an actual ideology they hold. Whereas with Japanese companies, it's, they just do some of the shit cynically. Because they think it makes money, because it's popular, so... It'll probably take a while longer for that crap to get out of movies and TV shows here, because... the people making this shit are ideologically motivated, not financially motivated. So it'll probably take a much longer period of time for these people to, like, lose money... and then get replaced with people who aren't gay and retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I do think it's funny that they trolled the internet into expecting the new James Bond to be a woman, but it was James Bond passing the torch to a female protagonist and she fucks everything up and James Bond ends up saving her and cleaning up her mess, lol.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Was there a James Bond movie that I was completely fucking unaware of? Yeah, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Thanks for the donation, retard.
BTW, if anybody wants to sub to my OnlyFans, I have a video uploaded recently where I get railed by 6 massive black cocks. The best part is they're all vegan, so you know the semen tastes good. Don't worry guys, first month's free, winking face emoji.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, CDG. Appreciate it. Dude. We're all gonna die anyway. What is time? It's probably just nonsense. Like, if we were actually seeing 4-dimensional space, we'd probably just see ourselves dead anyway. I'm just gonna probably do it, you know? Whatever. Just do it. What is there to be worried about? We're already dead. It's all happened. So yeah, nothing matters.
Is Avi happy now he voted for a fascist? If you enter the US to visit Frank, you unironically would get deported to El Salvador concentration camp because you are melanated and have tattoos. They would just accuse you of gang association.
I think Avi is still on some copium about voting for Donald Trump being a good idea. He's literally not good for anybody, including Israel. So... yeah, I think that whole decision was just stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Blake.
Did you ever figure out why you think Che Guevara is a dictator? Watch my video.
Dictators like Che Guevara, Stalin, Mao. Dictators like Che Guevara. That's great, dude. He was a revolutionary. Depending on how you look at it, I guess you could technically call him a dictator or not a dictator, but who cares? Thanks for the donation, Realistic Nihilist. Sengoku no Nitula's valid argument. In modernity, women have equal access to education, employment, financial independence. Traditional gender norms around men paying were based on women not having same economic opportunities. Conclusion, men paying is outdated. Well, yeah. Women are just lazy and entitled. That's all there is to it. That's why this whole, thing exists. They're just lazy and entitled. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Dodo donated $2. Pete Buttigieg, president. We cannot have another female win the Democratic nomination. Female simply cannot win a presidential election in the U.S. at this time.
goes into or is supposed to go into here in the U.S. is what then turns around and makes it possible for businesses to thrive.
Can
right?
you give us an example of that?
Yeah, my favorite example is probably the smartphone. So, have you ever noticed, like in like talks or like whenever somebody mentions a smartphone, they like start to pull it out of their pocket or like, touch it. But so the federal government could not have invented the iPhone, right? Like I don't think any of us would want a phone that was like invented by the federal government.
That thing would suck.
That is like all of the design, the manufacturing, supply chains. That's the kind of thing that corporations can do very well, and Apple did it very well, and their competitors. But what makes the iPhone work? Well, among other things, the internet. The internet was literally invented by a federal research project. And it would never have been possible to invent the internet with a private company because you wouldn't have got the kind of capital return, even though it's $1 trillion idea or a multi-trillion dollar idea. You know, companies can do multi-billion dollar ideas, but $1 trillion idea, like inventing the internet, that requires basic research. And that's the kind of thing the government's supposed to do, among many other things.
It requires basic research? What is that?
Yeah, by basic research, I mean things that are so fundamental that different from research on like a pharmaceutical company, research to collect taxes. God, we're society and economy is productive and is growing and is.
I don't know much about Pete Buttigieg, so I have no idea if he'd be a good presidential candidate. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I look like shit.
Alright, well, sorry to hear that. Thanks for the donation, Ashley.
Do an impression of this vid.
Somebody screen record this shit, man. Y'all ready?
There you go, there's my impression. Thanks for the donation, Yo-Yo got my hole.
Single muscle fiber in the body. He's doing okay so far, just got to keep him safe and see how heavy he can go, but we won't let him do anything crazy.
We're talking deadlift world record, world's strongest man, 18-inch from the floor. And Greg, you were saying you think deadlift world record would be more important than winning world's strongest man.
Absolutely. I think that you've already won all these titles. I think that everyone's talking about the deadlift. Everyone in their mind is like Thor and Eddie Hall and the deadlift record. And I think if you get that, it's a bigger deal than any title you could ever win.
Let us know down in the comments. All right, let's do it.
Come on in, Greg.
Nice. Down to the floor.
VG going back to default factory settings. Black 8 plus gay. I knew you were like that.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, CDG. Would you rather have to be married and forever tied to Emma Vigeland or Candace Owens? I hate both. I hate both too, but Emma Vigeland's at least less retarded. And she's also wealthier, and her parents are rich, so if her parents die, she's probably gonna get a huge inheritance and crap. I think Candace Owens is more stupid, while Emma Vigeland is more intelligent. Intelligently dishonest and just evil. No, Candace Owens is, at the very least, just as dishonest. It's just that, because she's so stupid, she thinks she can get away with certain forms of dishonesty when she can't. So no, she is absolutely just as dishonest, if not more dishonest. Because, again, if you're stupid, you're going to have to compensate for your stupidity a lot. And possibly by being more manipulative, deceitful. So no. Candace Owens is worse in literally every regard. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Are you bisexual? Genuine question. I am asking because on your OnlyFans you put a dildo in your asshole and chat. This isn't a troll, just Google it. Even for $5,000, how could you put a dildo up your ass? You must have some gay in you, right?
No, I'm not bisexual, and, yeah, if the money is good enough, then I'll do it. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
I had to put my cat of 7 years down yesterday after a very brief and sudden illness. My GF and I are devastated. Was wondering if you have lost a pet before and have any advice. And thank you for promoting veganism.
Really sorry to hear that, dude. That happened to Prismo last year, where he just suddenly got sick and I had to put him to sleep. So, it hurts. You know, but everyone dies. Nothing is permanent. So, you know, it's kind of just the way it is. You just need like a certain amount of acceptance of like, yeah, it sucks, but that's the way it is, kind of thing. So, but yeah, it's sad. It really hurts. I was devastated when Prismo died too. Thanks for the donation, Eye of the Goat. Think one thing that definitely helps is, even though they're dead, like the way they changed you and made, like the way they made you feel, the memories and all that stuff, like they're still in your head. So, it's not like they're gone. But thanks for the donation, Eye of the Goat.
So you're admitting you put a dildo up your ass on camera for money? Yes or no? So would you suck a dick for money too then?
I mean, if it was for millions of dollars or something, I'm sure you could pay me enough to where it would be worth it. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Kid Boo, $20, another N-word. Me too, also between Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. Who is the best DBZ villain?
This is a shakedown.
Facing rape and...
Yeah, I've heard of this. This chick got one of the shadiest, most dishonest fucking lawyers in the entire fucking country, who's actually being banned from practicing law in several states. He's also been involved in other frivolous lawsuits with, like, Jay-Z. And I mean, she released a fucking edited audio tape that clearly takes shit out of context.
and sexual assault accusations, tonight Shannon Sharpe is not backing down.
I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right.
Today, the former NFL star turned podcaster posting this video statement in response to a Nevada civil lawsuit filed by a woman who says her consensual relationship with Sharpe eventually led to multiple assaults. The lawsuit also accuses Sharpe of secretly recording their sexual encounters without her consent. The plaintiff, listed as Jane Doe, is represented by attorney Tony Busby, who has represented accusers in several high-profile sexual assault cases, and who Sharpe called out by name.
Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself.
Also new today, Jane Doe's attorney releasing an audio clip alleging it shows Sharpe threatening the plaintiff.
I'm not going to hang up on you. Here's what it is.
The plaintiff says, "Don't manipulate me." Then Sharpe allegedly responds,
"Oh, Lord have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke the out of you when I see you."
NBC News has not independently verified the audio's authenticity. It's also not clear if this excerpt was part of a longer conversation. We asked Shannon Sharpe's attorney about the recording late today.
he is acknowledging this is a recording of him, but that it's being taken out of context.
The legal team is telling me that we can't authenticate it if he said that, and he's not denying it. This is his statement that he did not mean it. It was in the heat of the moment, in the middle of an argument.
Sharp's attorney Lanny Davis also says the Hall of Famer offered his accuser at least $10 million in mediation before the lawsuit was filed.
Shannon Sharp's willingness to pay is not an admission of anything that he did wrong. It was a willingness to pay for the protection of his family and himself.
I feel weird. Like there's this burning in my chest. Probably need to calm down. Yeah, you know, everything's fine. I don't know, I'm freaking out. Everything's fine. It's not a big deal. It'll be over before I even know it.
I have gay for pay, except my tits look like Tic Tacs and my ass looks like 2 pancakes that got soaked in mayo. Whatever, you suck.
Okay, thanks for the donation, MED.
You didn't answer the question. Did you put a dildo up your ass on camera for money?
Yes, I did. Thanks for the donation, jackass. Oh, hey, Gum Gum.
Good.
Gum Gum. Gum Gum. I don't know what the hell that cat's doing. Hey, Gum Gum. Always ruining my chair. Gummy. Where's my Gum Gum? Come here, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. No biting me. You know I love my Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Retard donated $2. Yeah. You know what's insane? All of the commentary, anything involving Last of Us Part 2, like, everyone's a fucking retard. Anytime that, like, the game is mentioned, everyone completely becomes retarded. I've seen people criticizing the Last of Us 2 TV show, and then when they start mentioning its relationship to the game, brain switches off. That game was shit, had a terrible story, it was woke. I hate it. I fucking, like, Last of Us 2 proves everyone is a fucking retard. The show is stupid. Like, they objectively made it worse. Like, they hired a potato to play Ellie. They made some normal fucking woman play Abby, and then they, like, changed some of the scenes where Abby is, like, punching Joel rather than just beating him with a golf club. Like, it was so fucking weird. And this is, like, a normal chick who's just, like, a little 100-pound weakling. But yeah, every time people mention the games, one of the stupidest things I've ever heard, there was some guy giving commentary on the show, and he said the idea of making Abby this jacked chick was stupid because they couldn't find an actress that was muscular to play the role. For one thing, that's not true. There are enough women of all walks of life, like Japanese, Chinese, whatever ease you want, black, white, lifts weights, anorexic, fat, like you name it. There are so many fucking people who want to go into Hollywood, do acting. There is no fucking way they couldn't find a chick who is muscular, at least close enough to Abby where it would be believable. They cast her for reasons. They found some normal fucking looking chick because they just couldn't be fucked. They hired a potato to play Ellie. Like, they just made poor casting decisions for whatever reason. I don't know if it was politically motivated or if it had something to do with money. I know the show doesn't have, like, a ridiculous budget. So, yeah, they just didn't want to put too much time into actually casting anybody. And then I hear idiots fucking talking about how, oh, it was stupid to make Abby muscular in the game because they couldn't even find somebody like that in real life. Like, what a fucking claim. And they're saying, oh, there's no way a girl could be jacked like that without steroids. No, women are just fucking lazy, okay? Women are fucking lazy. They don't want to work out. They do not have as much dedication as men. That's why you rarely ever see women who are as muscular as Abby, who aren't on steroids. It's because they're fucking lazy. You can go into practically any commercial gym and you'll see at least one dude there who's natural and jacked. You don't see that with women because they're fucking lazy and all they do is stupid ass cardio machines because they want to look anorexic. Like, that's... And then these fucking losers who just play video games all day, don't even work themselves. They're like, how's Abby gonna get steroids? It's the apocalypse. They don't even understand how steroids are made. This is ancient technology that exists in the early 20th century and the fucking 1900s. And then they're like, how are they gonna make steroids in the apocalypse? Gee, how did they make steroids in the fucking 1920s and 30s, jackass? It's easy. Like, it is such ancient fucking technology. The idea that they couldn't make steroids in the future, even in an apocalypse, fucking stupid. If they can make firearms, if they can mill machine guns, if they can make bullets, they can make steroids. It's not that fucking hard. And like, again, there's no fucking reason why you would assume she's on steroids. She just lifts weights. She lifts weights every day. You even saw in the fucking video game, there's a weight room in the place she lived. Gee, she lived like fucking 10 steps away from the weight room. She was in a little dorm thing that they made, and she was literally 10 steps away from the weight room. That's why she's jacked. She's not on steroids. Go fuck yourself. Oh my god, I hate how everyone fucking talks shit about Abby being on steroids. Fucking makes me go insane. And then they're like, how's she even gonna get enough protein? Jackass! Like, what are you talking about? They're fucking making food. You saw all the animals and shit they were making. They had fucking salmon farms. Like, but, oh, Joel being in good shape, like, for a 60-year-old man in the game, he still had, like, muscular arms and everything, was still in good shape. No one questions that. Oh, but I can't stand it. I fucking hate everybody who talks about The Last of Us Part 2. Just, it's so annoying. Yeah, she's a potato homunculus. I wonder if they're gonna make a mod. I'm not sure if you can modify characters in the game, but they might make a mod. It's so bad. Just so stupid. Oh yeah, she does kind of look like that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
The real question is real, how these companies lose so much money and yet somehow still be in business.
They get investors. So it's not like you know, like for example, Warner Brothers, they don't just have like you know, whatever cash of money the company itself has earned and then use that to make the movie. So they'll get a range of investors, and they'll also get advertising dollars. So, you know, Pepsi or Coca-Cola, they'll pay them, you know, a few shekels for a character to pick up like a Coca-Cola drink and then sip it during a scene. So some of that, the reason why a lot of these companies don't just go under is because of a combination of various investor funding channels and advertising revenue. So they're able to stay afloat for a long enough period of time just because they're not just using their own money. But thanks for the donation, Dono.
And you're saying you're not gay? Lol, okay dude. No straight guy would do that even for money. No wonder Jasmine stopped liking you. Also you rage a lot, it's more noticeable in your workout vids. Jasmine was probably scared of you, that's why she upstairs 24/7.
Yeah, funny how she's the one afraid of me when she's the one who actually physically hit me. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Here bruh, I worked hard for these $3. Let's fix all your remotes live with chat since you need something to do.
I'll do that later. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Dominus Julianus donated $2. Please watch this one through to the end. I think you'll like it. I might add that it's highly coincidental that your cats died around the same time, although mine was almost 16. Rip Prismo and Kitty. Well, only Prismo died.
Of something you can't name. You think you've lost them, don't you? That they've slipped into some great void, a place you can't touch. But that's not how it works. Not really. Listen, you aren't meant to move on. Whoever told you that has never known the gravity of love. It isn't a path to walk away from, but a root that grows deeper, twisting through you, holding you steady even as you break. They're not gone. They've only dissolved, like sugar stirred into water. They're everywhere now, in the hum of the air around you, in the strange stillness that wraps you up when you think you're alone. Do you feel that ache in your chest? That's not emptiness. That's the shape they left behind, reshaping itself into something new. They're learning how to be part of you. And it's a messy process. You're not just grieving them. You're becoming them, piece by piece. The way they smiled, the way they spoke, the way they loved you so fiercely it carved holes in the fabric of time. All of that is yours now. They gave it to you, and you don't even realize it yet. So here's the truth. You're not losing them. You're absorbing them. Every breath, every step, every tear, it's them moving through you, finding ways to remain. You are their legacy, their echo, their home.
I'd agree with this for the most part. You know, life is a battle of genes and memes, and one thing we all get from each other is memes. So when you have a close relationship with somebody and you lose them, like they die, their memes still live on through you. You remember how they think, how they felt about you, you know, what they did, things they've said. So yeah, it just becomes a part of you, and they kind of live on through you, through memes. Thanks for the donation though, Dominus.
Did you know science still can't pinpoint consciousness? What actually is it? What is actually sitting on the cock of the brain and rubbing around like a stick shift?
I did retail for about a year, and yeah, the retail job was great.
Okay, so if you're not going to take it seriously, neither am I.
What's that?
Thank you, sir.
What's that? What'd you say?
You know, heavy lifting 80 plus pounds repetitively throughout the shift.
I'm capable of doing anything a man can do. That's totally fine.
Absolutely. Start times between 5 and 7
Did you just look at my boobs?
What was that?
Oh, did you just look at my boobs real quick? I saw you look at my boobs real quick.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Okay. So the schedule's Sunday through Thursday, as long as you pass the assessment, which will be sent to you right after you apply.
Okay. I'm not really in the mood right now because I'm on my period and I'm kind of moody, but I guess hopefully if it settles down, then everything, maybe I'll get on the website and check it out.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Soul.
This might be a retarded question, but do you think gaining chest mass, when having almost none, would fix a side chest crease caused by bigger arms pushing into the side of the body?
I'm not sure what the hell you even mean. What do you mean side chest crease? I don't know. No idea. Thanks for the donation, Mike. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Who has the best JM press tutorial? Added it to my routine last month. Been having issues putting more weight on the bar. JM press is basically the same as a skull crusher, only rather than putting the weight to your head, you're having it land somewhere between your neck and upper chest. That's really the only difference. So it's really no different to a skull crusher. The only difference is where the bar touches. So it's going to land somewhere between your neck and upper chest. So same way you'd do a skull crusher. If you can do a skull crusher just fine. So it's like that movement. JM press is the same movement, only it's hitting lower. As far as JM press tutorials, JM Blakely, he's the guy who made the exercise, right? So, yeah, just search JM Blakely JM Press. He has a good tutorial.
Bar stops because the pressure of the forearms against the biceps.
He's kind of a big dude. You can probably do more range of motion than this. But yeah, I would just look up some videos with JM Blakely going over the JM press, but essentially all it is just a skull crusher, but it's just, again, touching lower on your body. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. Son Goku donating $2 as a man in his mid-30s. Do you look back and miss your younger days, or have you just embraced getting older? I don't care. I feel the same age. Like, it doesn't, it's not something I think about. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Absorb this, you big babies.
Alright, thanks, CDG. R donated $2.
The Nintendo DS was known for many obscure titles, and this one has to be one of the more interesting ones. This is My Stop Smoking Coach, and it's a game that is supposed to give you all the knowledge and encouragement you need to kick your cig habit. When booting up the game, you're greeted by none other than the man himself, Mr. Alan Carr, and he immediately tells you to go rip a fat cig in the parking lot. You start by entering your name and age, and they were not kidding when they said this game was made for smokers of all ages. It's funny because the European version of this game says it's rated for kids 3 and up. The game takes you through a bunch of mini games where you are being held back by the little cigarette gremlin. They can actually be pretty fun too, and some of them can get pretty tough. Like this one where you have to throw the pearls from the bottom to the top screen and get them into the right colored bin, but the ciggy makes it difficult to tell which colors they are to slow you down. The whole game basically tries to guilt trip you into how you're wasting your life smoking, and it's an interesting tactic. I really wonder how many people this game actually helped quit smoking. Now they just need to...
Huh, that's weird.
Your claim is only BIPOC can experience racism. I guess just to help me better understand what you mean by that.
I'm not watching that.
It's crazy.
Like, yes. Anybody of any race can experience racism.
Raw fucking fundamentals. I don't know though. There was no busting.
I'm not debating that guy. Thanks for the donation, R. 21st, $22. Would you rather have this or open heart surgery?
We use an ioband drape to decrease the exposure of the prosthesis to the skin. Use a Scott.
Yeah, I'd rather have open heart
dilation.
surgery. That looks terrible. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
This might be a retarded question, but does gaining bicep mass make my traps look bigger from the side in the bathroom mirror? Thanks.
No, it would make your biceps bigger, not your traps. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Peace Freak donated $2. What are your thoughts on Blaha? He should not exist. Thanks for the donation, Peace Freak.
Hey man, I'm a new vegan bodybuilder and saw your Doomslayer physique comparison video the other day. You have my goal physique. Could you share what training split you used to build your physique? Any tips on diet? Thanks, brother.
Well, my training's changed a bit over the years, but for the last couple years, I've been doing a push-pull leg split where I just do 3 days on, 1 day off. So chest, shoulders, triceps, day 1, back, biceps, forearms, traps, day 2, and neck. And then legs, glutes, hamstrings, calves, and a bit of lower back, day 3. And then rest, and then I just repeat. And volume that I've been doing has changed over time. Some things have decreased in volume, so like my pressing volume's decreased. Shoulder volume's probably increased slightly. And back volumes stayed relatively the same. Probably decreased a little bit compared to when I first started training. And lower body volume has stayed mostly the same, maybe reduced again slightly. But any tips on diet? Just make sure you eat enough protein. So 0.75 grams protein per pound of body weight. Make sure you eat enough. You don't need to be in a huge bulk to build muscle and get fat, but as long as you're eating enough calories to give you the energy required to train hard, that's all you really need. Thanks for the donation though, New Vegan. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation. I think I said that twice. Dog donated $2.
Welcome to the Sock Puppet News Channel. Today's story is a real doozy. Fintech founder charged with fraud after AI shopping app found to be powered by humans in the Philippines. I mean, who needs AI when you have a bunch of Filipinos on call center duty? Like and subscribe for more news and laughs.
Thanks, Brock. So it turns out Nate relied heavily on human contractors to complete those purchases. I mean, who does that? That's like saying you're a pizza delivery guy when really you're just a pizza taste tester. Anyway, key takeaway, don't trust the AI, folks.
Thanks for that, Penelope. So, despite all the hype about AI, Nate's app was actually pretty manual.
AI is being massively overvalued right now. They're not at a point where it has human level intellect. It just relies on massive data sets, and it doesn't actually have any critical thinking skills. They just have to train it on like statistical probabilities, like what's the most probable likelihood of, you know, the next word in a given sentence, like what's the best likelihood of X being true. And if you have data sets that have just nonsense data, like the AI is just going to say stupid shit. So it doesn't have like human-like reasoning, like nowhere close. It doesn't have any reasoning whatsoever. It's good for things like protein folding, but yeah, they haven't developed it to a point where it has any actual reasoning skills. And they're kind of marketing it in a way as if it does. So all they're doing is making it more efficient at working with these big data sets. That's it. In the future, it'll have reasoning capability, but they just haven't been able to do it yet. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing now. It means they hired data scientists and stuff, but basically no one was really working there.
Yeah, it's like
One of the moves was a right cross for Kratos. There was a right hook. And so I did it, and they said, okay, cut. You have to step with your right foot before you throw that right cross. And I'm like, what? That's not boxing. And they said, we know. This is not a boxing game, sir. This is God of War. You need to look like God of War. For me, at first, I was like, this goes against everything I know. It's improper. You can't step forward and throw a punch. That's not true. You can't do it. But then something else in my head said, well, if you don't do it, then you're fired. And so I learned how to move for their combat system, for their character model. And the thing about GameCap is that when you do that punch or the axe swing, for example, we spent a lot of time shooting that axe swing because that axe swing has to look perfect because gamers are going to see that thousands and thousands and thousands of times. It has to look good every time. They said, okay, one of the moves was
interesting.
Reports that your son has been found in your basement. Sir? Mr. Bothell, are you we're getting reports.
I'm talking. What? What I just did? What was I just doing?
You asked me to check you out. You're back there.
Oh, to actually pass out?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dog.
What have your go-to vegan meals been lately? I'm getting tired of my recipes and need some inspiration.
My go-to vegan meals have been protein powder and tofu with Korean barbecue sauce. That's pretty much all I've been eating. Thanks for the donation, Ryan.
This also might be a retarded question, but does doing lateral raises work your traps?
No. If you've done absolutely no weight training and you do lateral raises, your traps might grow a little bit, but that's just because your traps are supporting your shoulders. They don't actually directly work your traps. So your traps are not a shoulder adductor. So you need to directly train your traps in order for your traps to grow. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Hi, donate $2, 5138. JBP calls out Joe Rogan for having Nazis on his show. Will JBP be invited back? Nope. Can almost guarantee you that will not happen. Fuck. They're timestamps. Somebody sent me clips from this where he was basically talking about adjacent issues and everybody's been complaining now. But, there's a very good likelihood you've... Oh, sorry, you gave me the timestamp, 5138.
All these complex things are multidimensional. I mean, I watched your whole conversation with Douglas, and I thought you guys did a very credible job, all three of you, of navigating unbelievably choppy waters. So that's the first thing I'd like to say, because one of the things I was trying to figure out when I was watching that is, do I think I could have done a better job of any of you? And I certainly didn't walk away from it with that idea in mind. But then underneath all that, I thought there's a really unbelievably tricky problem here, and I think that's why it's made it poked up into. Well, you also set that conversation up, but it poked up and made itself manifest in that conversation. And the issue is, how do you identify the psychopathic pretenders? And it's even worse now, and then make a barrier, right? Now, the right was calling for the left to do that.
Yeah, we've already seen this clip. Basically, he's just saying these kind of crazy woke left Marxists who, you know, talk about like this victim mindset horse shit, egalitarianism. They're just trying to get political power and control and manipulate people. He's saying like people on the right wing also do that, like, you know, by complaining about traditional Christian values, white nationalism, shit like that. And now people are trying to cancel him on the right because he's actually able to be self-critical to some extent. But yeah, we've already seen that clip. Thanks for the donation, Hi. Joe Rogan, like, he's kind of an attention whore, so depending on the backlash he gets from his audience, he may or may not have Jordan on. He didn't seem to be personally insulted by that, so. CDG donate tillers. Then why did you get super fat 270 last year to hit your 410 bench if getting fat isn't required? Well, I could have probably hit that same bench at a much lower body weight. I just thought it would probably be beneficial. But after dieting, I've had to have lost well over 80 pounds at this point in the last like 6 months. So, and my bench hasn't actually gone down. It's not as high. So after that 410 bench, I had pectoral tendon injuries. So I couldn't bench really after I hit 410. I did very, very light weights, which obviously you're going to become deconditioned to lifting heavier weights. But despite losing weight really, really rapidly, I was still able to add weight on my bench. And last week, just to see if I could do it, I did 315 for as many reps as I could. And I got 5. So that would put my theoretical max bench around 355 pounds. So that's only a 55-pound decrease while losing over 80 pounds and recovering from an injury. So I probably could have, you know, benched 410 like without gaining that kind of weight. I just had the mindset at the time that it would probably be beneficial to just be as heavy as I could be. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
What actually made the chemical formula for life? This ain't Minecraft, but it formed like it. What actually made the amazing components? Just a hard cock standing up like a flag in a war. Did you use to sound Jasmine's urethra since she was really a boy?
No, I never did that. Thanks for the donation, dude. $21st donate $2. Would you would rather have this than penis lengthening surgery? You sure? What about Frankie? What do you think he'd rather have? Think he'd go for the dick surgery than have permanent dysfunction? Also new Frank shorts. Penile enhancement surgeries are extremely risky and they can cause sexual dysfunction. So yeah, I'd rather have heart surgery. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Frank would probably get the cosmetic surgery.
Someone in the Pentagon is trolling Hegseth with leaks. DEI higher.
Hegseth orders makeup studio installed at Pentagon. Is that actually true? Pete Hegseth directed the installation of Signal, the commercially available messaging app, on a desktop computer in his Pentagon office, illustrating the extent to which he has integrated use of the unclassified communications platform into his work. Somebody wants him fired. Well, probably a lot of people. Probably everyone. White House tells Americans to reply stop if they no longer wish to receive Hegseth's text about upcoming military strikes. Yeah, chances are just about everybody working there wants him fired and they hate him. He clearly is unfit for that job. Like, dude, he fucked up. Any excuse he could have used, like, oh, he deserves a second chance, he's new at this, you know, yada yada. He did it again. He had a second chance and he did it again. Like, he should be fired or resign. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. 21st, donate $2, nigga. Did you not hear me? I said new Frank shorts. Looks like he's crying in one. Go watch them. Do Frank's tears make you happy? Do they give you a warm, tingly feeling inside like you're being loved? Yeah, yes. Let me see. Frank Tufano. I'm pretty sure we already reacted to his shorts, unless he, like, just uploaded a few. Yeah, we already reacted to these. We reacted to these two yesterday, and we reacted to this one already today. He is just a massive fucking crybaby. Thanks for the donation, 21st. I've just got to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh.
Onto the axle. Right, remember, get that belly out, shoot the hips forward. Okay. Nice, Greg. Okay. There we go. And again.
Dude, like, I mean, it's only 95 pounds. Is he actually gonna try lifting some real weight at some point? Like, I mean, you could very easily bicep curl that. Like, I use fat grips when I do curls too, so like I basically train with essentially what is an axle bar when I do bicep training. Like, I could literally just curl that up and then like lift it. It's literally nothing.
Nice. Beautiful. Good. Okay. Down and relax. Fantastic.
You'd think he'd be a little stronger given he's like doesn't he have a powerlifting world record in his weight class? And he's still on steroids and works out all the time?
Felt better. Maybe let's try a 45 on each side and then.
Oh wait, maybe, yeah, no, that's 95 pounds. What kind of fucking axle bar is that? So that axle bar they're using weighs the same as a standard barbell.
Proper
Because we
challenge.
can try that log there.
What does it weigh?
Nice. Good. Beautiful.
Okay.
That's not bad at all. Give me some of those numbers that you've hit, your PBs.
Well, my best pause bench in competition was 529.
At what body weight?
198 pounds, 90 kilo. I did 4 plates, so 405 for 15. I've done 3 plates for 33, 2 plates for 54.
3 plates for 33?
On the bench. And natural, I did 23 reps with 3 plates before I got on gear.
Wow.
So I was really good at bench press. Deadlifts for reps, I was really good. My best deadlift 1 rep was 765. But I've done like, well, I did 405 for 50 reps, for example.
That was your world record, right?
Yeah. So the reps were there. Squat was always my weakness. I did a 500 pound just below parallel when I was natural.
21st $20. Do you think if Frank got a botched dick lengthening surgery, he would self-delete, or what would make him self-delete at this point? I have no idea. You know, it's kind of like Blaha. I think there's something about narcissistic personality disorder that makes some of these people resilient to committing suicide, because like I don't understand why some of these people continue to go on. I know Frank is generating really good revenue from his business in terms of gross revenue. Like he brought in $5 million last year. Now, I don't know what his personal income is like, but I'd imagine if he's getting 5 million gross revenue, his personal income has to be well above average. Like, if he had a take-home personal income like less than 150,000, I'd be very surprised. So that might be enough money for him to take home where he's still motivated enough to just keep going on. But yeah, if his business kind of collapses and he doesn't have a realistic prospect of like maintaining a lifestyle that he finds enjoyable, then that might push him over the edge. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
Natural, and 600 when I was on gear.
So your squat wasn't that much better than your bench?
Barely. My first powerlifting meet, I bench pressed more than I squatted by like significant, like 75 pounds more.
Right.
It took about a couple of years of training before my bench was not just, I was a bencher, you know what I mean? I would enter these contests and do really good in the bench, but not even win the contest. Break a world record in the bench press, but not win the meet.
So what's it like now? You've obviously shifted your focus.
Now I'm a cyclist.
Yeah.
And so I can barely bench. I did 3 plates for 2 the last time I tried it, from doing 33 or even natural 23. My shoulders are sore, I'm weak that way. So I had to change my focus from just trying to be the strong guy in the gym to just being like the healthy guy.
Sure.
It's a totally different feeling. I do an hour of cardio and then I lift my weights after. So I'm purely a cardio guy now.
We're gonna time break as well. Right. You ready?
I'm ready.
Ready. 3, 2, 1, lift.
Jump with it, Greg. Better. One. Nice, Greg. Much better. Good. All right, 2 here. Come on.
Good lift.
Wait for the down. Wait for the down. Come on, Greg.
Down. Good lift.
Good.
Come on, we're on a good time, Greg. Keep it going.
Come on, Greg.
Big clock.
Nice. Good.
Down. Good.
And again. And again. Come on, Greg.
Down. On to the log. Come on then, Greg. You got this.
Last 2. Last 2. Come on, Greg. Go.
How much vegan protein powder is too much per day? I am trying to get 115 grams of protein per day, and am wondering how many of those protein grams can come from powders.
How much vegan protein powder is too much per day? There's not really... Give me a second.
VG, it's real. A defense official says Hegseth does his own makeup too. So cute. Once a Fox News host, always a Fox News host.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot that he was a Fox News host. That's probably where that comes from. That's embarrassing. Like, isn't this the traditional masculinity dipshit who, like, we need to support our war fighters, manliness, trannies get out of the army. Can you install a makeup studio in the Pentagon? Like, that's actually embarrassing. 1, totally fake story, no orders and no makeup, but whatever. 2, we should have installed tampon machines in every men's bathroom at DoD instead. No one was claiming that. Dude, this guy is salty. Holy shit. He also said the Signal chat thing was a fake story. So this guy's just a fucking liar. What a loser. Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, so there's no such thing as, like, too much protein intake. You can eat as much protein as you want. So if you want to get all your protein from protein powder, go for it. There's not necessarily anything wrong with that. Like, you could consider things like opportunity cost. So if you eat nothing but protein powder, and that's like all you eat, okay, well, you're not going to get any carbohydrates, you're not going to get any fat, which may be beneficial for like energy, hormone function, and you may be missing out on like benefits of certain foods like fiber, antioxidants, phytochemicals, stuff like that. But again, assuming overall your diet is appropriately planned and well balanced, like you could just primarily get practically all your protein from protein powder, but then just eat a mix of like fruit and vegetables and like you're fine. It's not like it would make a difference. Thanks for the donation though, Ryan. Hope that helps. W donate $2. Can you react to this video on Brian Johnson? This guy in the video left the Wisecrack channel and is doing his own thing on his own channel now.
Meet the Christ of the longevity movement.
Okay. We can take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, W. Ben Boy, donate $2. Do you think buying Bitcoin is a bad investment? Well, people have been saying that for a long time, and it keeps going up. I don't know if Bitcoin is going to go up any further. So, like, the only answer I can really give you is I'm not so sure. The problem is, like, cryptocurrencies go up and down all the time, and you may buy at a time where the market's up, and it'll be a while until it'll reach another peak that's higher where you can actually make money. So I wouldn't really be able to give you good advice on crypto investing. And I really don't know if Bitcoin is going to go up any further. So yeah. Again, it's more of like an opportunity cost thing. Would it make more sense to put your money in Bitcoin, or make more sense to put your money in an index fund? Like, index funds have an average rate of return of like 10%. So you could either put your money in something that's pretty much guaranteed to make you 10% year over year, or you could put your money in Bitcoin where it's like, I don't know. So chances are, yeah, it makes a lot more sense to put your money in the index fund, especially at this point. If this were like 10 years ago, then yeah, Bitcoin probably would have been a smart investment. Right now, though, you're probably not going to make any money on it. So thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Brian Johnson.
My competitors, Jesus.
This is the tech billionaire who uses his money to do stuff like compare nighttime erections with his teenage son.
I always played the inverse with my kids, like the exact opposite, and they always thought it was such a fun game. And so boners are kind of like that.
He's also
I don't know why people bring this up. It's just so stupid. Like, if you're gonna criticize the guy. Why are they making up, like, bizarre sexual innuendo things, like alluding to the idea that, oh, he might have some sort of sexual relationship with his son? Like, clearly there's a fucking point to this. He's interested in longevity, preventing side effects of aging, and he's trying to, like, see if there's some sort of comparator between his son, who I think is like 19 or 20 or something at this point, and himself. This has nothing to do with any sexual relationship he has with his son, but, like, they all bring this up and lie about it.
B-U-R-P 123.123.123. 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 B-U.
All right, thanks for the donation, CDG.
Asking VG, the guy with no job, how to make money is like asking Trump how to run a country.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, CDG.
Injected himself with his son's blood plasma. He also did electric shock therapy on his penis. It's all a part of his mission to defeat death with science, embodied in his Don't Die philosophy.
I'm trying to make Don't Die into the world's most influential ideology.
After reading Johnson's manifesto, yeah, he has a manifesto, I think this is all way deeper and darker than your average wellness grift. While Johnson presents himself as this philosopher who wants to save humanity via longevity science, his ideas are actually super anti-human and honestly pretty nihilistic. Today I'm going to show you why Johnson's philosophy of longevity is as dangerous as it is just straight up.
Paul Saladino recently called out Brian Johnson to a fight. Yeah, he won't fight me, though. That's weird. Won't even debate me. Won't even acknowledge my existence. Isn't that weird? Who would win? I don't know. Paul Saladino is kind of a bitch. I don't see Brian Johnson as the kind of fighting type either, so it's up in the air.
Dumb. Technology improves. What if we all could? What if decay and decline were not inevitable? He wants to use superintelligence to automate our health, body, and mind to accelerate humanity's rate of progress. One writer who went and met Johnson at a convention describes it like this: the purpose of Blueprint is to remove the possibility of error by outsourcing all decision-making to a customized algorithm. A slide projected onto the auditorium's screen reads, "Never let your mind decide." Now, to me, this honestly sounds like not wanting to exist, because according to lots of philosophers, I'll talk about this in a second, existence is about deciding. Existence is about using your rational faculties to make decisions about what to do with your life, and in trying to ignore that, you're basically trying not to exist and not be a human. Johnson's algorithm and his whole brand is oriented around a game that he calls Don't Die. So every decision made by this algorithm has only one aim, which is the avoidance of death. In his manifesto, he writes, "My mind does not have the authority to order from a menu, eat a gallon of ice cream because it's nighttime, or peruse the pantry because I'm bored. My body's organs and biological processes oversee the whole thing, not my mind." The guy doesn't let himself eat ice cream or look at a menu because the algorithm says that he can't. Sounds unfun. This guy literally argues that we should hand over the reins of power of our mind to the algorithm. You know, for him, humanity and cognition have just reached their limits, so now we need the algorithm to take over for us. In his manifesto, he paraphrases Socrates in a way that really makes me want to force feed him ice cream. He writes, "Zeroism is the intelligence of not knowing, embracing what we do not know, what we cannot see, and acting courageously nonetheless." So basically,
this isn't as radical of an idea as this guy is trying to make it out to be. There are people who are mentally disabled in our society where we literally make all choices for them. So there are certain forms of mental retardation. There's actually probably the best example. There's this weird hunger disorder. Can't remember the fucking name. Hunger disorder that causes people to steal food. Prader-Willi syndrome. Yeah, I think it's Prader-Willi syndrome. It's bizarre. These people will not stop eating.
Cool toddlers, really. Yeah, especially 4 hours a day. And at the moment, there is nothing we can do.
Prader-Willi syndrome is a rare genetic disorder that afflicts 1 in 15,000 babies. It happens spontaneously. The insatiable appetite or hyperphagia usually becomes apparent around the age of 3.
And these kids become, like, fat as fuck. Like, ridiculously fat. There was a really interesting documentary on this. I don't know if it's still up on YouTube. But these people are so voraciously hungry constantly where they'll actually just go out and steal food. Like, they're so desperately hungry, they will steal food. So there are these weird treatment facilities that you can put these people in where they will not be allowed to go outside, because as soon as they go outside, they'll go out and steal food from a grocery store. And they have to keep all the food in these treatment facilities locked in like some locked fridge and locked cupboard so they can't have access to them. So there are situations where we do force these sorts of values onto people where it's like, okay, this might not be what you want to do through your own active will, but we know what's best for you, so you're just going to do this anyway. There's plenty of medical conditions and shit in which we do that. Also, the idea that we have free will, it's like, do we have free will? So like people with Prader-Willi syndrome who have this like weird genetic disorder where they're so hungry that they're actually going to steal food given the opportunity. Are they making these choices through free will, or are their genes influencing them to do this? So, okay, if we kind of have the idea that, okay, well, their genes are sort of influencing them to do this, and they literally they're not doing this through an act of free will, and we don't, put them in jail for stealing, and we recognize, okay, they have some sort of condition, and they need to be, put in a special care facility. If it's true for them, why isn't it true for everyone else? Like, clearly we have a certain set of genes that dictate our behavior. Like, maybe we don't go out and steal food, but, we'll eat a tub of ice cream every night. So, where does free will begin and end? So, if the idea is we make choices that are clearly not ideal for us, and we could admit, yeah, I shouldn't smoke, yeah, I shouldn't drink, yeah, I shouldn't eat ice cream, I shouldn't be fat, like this and that. Should we leave some of these decisions up to an AI where we can ensure that everything we do is in our best interest? It kind of depends on exactly what you value. So if we have maybe a somewhat agnostic view on free will, where maybe we have very limited amount of free will, and a lot of these actions we commit aren't really deliberate choices, well, then maybe we could just have the AI take up those choices. But in terms of other things in our life, like what relationships we have, what we do for the rest of our day, like maybe those things we should have an opportunity to decide. But in terms of what we eat, maybe an AI should decide that for us. So it's not ridiculous. The guy is just trying to make it out to seem like only a crazy person would fucking come up with this, and he's not actually intellectually engaging with the topic. And he's just saying, oh my god, you're crazy. It's just so lazy.
New encampment at Yale. Bunch of tards.
Oh yes, let's harass Jewish students. That will help free Palestine. Fucking losers. Well, I'm sure Trump will be on their ass. You're about to see another round of deportations. Dude, what's fucked is they just see these people wearing yarmulkes. Oh, they're Jewish, attack them. They don't even know if they're Zionists. They just know they're Jewish. And these are the same people saying, oh, we don't have a problem with Jews, we just have a problem with Zionists. How do they know they're Zionists? Like, they're just so full of shit. They just hate Jews. You know, I've been watching The Thing, you know, that Stephen King 1982 movie with the flamethrowers. I'm just imagining, like, all these stupid dumbass kids, like, flamethrower, you'll see them scatter like fucking ants. Just start running around like... I hate these people. Just fucking... Well, not ants, cockroaches. Yeah, those fuckers would just flee like little cockroaches. Somebody took out a flamethrower. Absolute fucking scumbags. They're literal Nazis. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Is this the condition that Jasmine had? She looked like a polar bear for a while there. Lol, I couldn't believe it. She shaved her head too. She literally looked like a 13-year-old prepubescent boy that showers once a week.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Isn't it crazy that vegan runner in chat brags about being 5 feet 9 inches and 125 pounds? Like the fuck LMFAO. You're literally a weak skeleton. Most girls could probably beat you up, dude. Also, why is your shirt off in your pic? What are you showing off? Ribs? Lol.
Alright, thanks for the donation, CDG.
More like it will help them get deported.
Yeah. Oh, I can guarantee the Trump administration is gonna start looking into some of those students. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. College students are just the dumbest motherfuckers.
This algorithm is our new god, and we should submit to it out of the fear of death, or not dying, or living forever, or something, or comparing penis.
Yo, got my booty open, $2. In the next 5 to 10 years, what do you think the world will be like, especially America? Probably much the same. Do you think we will have our assholes dominate and our dicks cut off with the help of a cock ring? Probably not. Tell me your thoughts. I don't like too tight cock rings. Yeah, I think things will, for the most part, be the same. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Penises with our son. I don't know. I don't have a son, so I'm not going to compare penises with him. Even if I had a son, I wouldn't compare penises with him. That's weird. If my dad ever said, let's compare boners, I would say no.
Dude.
Suddenly I'm glad Cody never went to Yale in the Sweet Life series final.
I don't know what that is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dad, also, why don't you tell me you love me? Tell me you love me first, and then we can talk about our penises. Dad. Just kidding, he's dead. Okay, I want to take a second to talk about this video sponsor, Aura. Just for you're gonna get from really heavy breach to abstain on my phone. I know so much of it. You know, in an interview, he says that the human mind should be demoted from nearly every area of authority. Again, human mind, bad. Algorithm, good. And if you're like me, you might be thinking, like, what is the point of...
Well, let's see. We had Nazism in Germany. We had communism in China and Russia, and Cambodia, and Vietnam. And on top of that, like, even modern Western countries, like in the 21st century, you had McCarthyism, you had segregation, you had unjustifiable wars like Vietnam and the Iraq War being promoted. This idea that we should only ever allow for human agency. Like, okay, well, we know humans are prone to fascism. Like, we're apes. We're not any different than chimpanzees. We're doing what chimpanzees would do if they were highly intelligent and could create iPhones. So, if this guy is saying, yeah, we should have things like Nazism and communism because human agency, though, if we could have an AI take up some of these tasks and avoid those problems, like, what's the argument for that?
This cat has a lot to say about everything.
Oh. Ow. Ow.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Oh. That is a very pretty kitty. Oh my god. Look how pretty that kitty is. Ow, that is a nice kitty. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. CDG donators, you might be an ape, Richard, but I'm not. You are an ape. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Job interview, what is this 4-year gap on your resume? Bina, oh I went to Yale. Job interview, wow impressive you're hired. Bina, thanks. I really need this job.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Beaner.
Of all this, what is the ultimate end game here? Johnson writes, don't die is the ultimate game to play. Existence is the highest virtue. The concept of God is a zero, an idea to explain what we do not and cannot know. We are all zero, and our existence could be that which we cannot imagine. So the highest virtue is existence, and God is zero, and we're zero as well. Oh boy. Now, while this BS might strike some as compelling techno-futurist philosophy, it's completely empty. Because he doesn't tell us why we should want to live forever, other than the fact that, like, death is bad, so we should want to don't die. Okay, so we might now want to ask, well, what is the meaning of life or the purpose of existence? And why can't Johnson imagine it being anything other than injecting his penis with Botox while he hangs out in a hyperbaric chamber? Also, it's not lost on me that a guy with the last name Johnson is really obsessed with his penis. Now, Johnson should be able to answer these questions about the meaning of existence because he is a self-described student of philosophers like Plato. Plato and Socrates were focused on the question of what the purpose of our existence is. In Plato's dialogue Crito, Socrates says that it is not life, but a good life that is to be chiefly valued. He adds to this that a good life is a just and honorable one. So for Plato and Socrates, the point of life isn't not dying. The point of life is to seek after goodness, virtue, and justice. It's worth noting in this dialogue, Socrates is on the verge of getting murked by the state, and he would basically rather die and live for truth than live and run away from his ideals. Basically, truth is more important than just surviving. While Johnson wants to outsource our rationality to an algorithm, for the Greeks, our ability to think is an essential part of our soul. You know, it's what makes our humanity important. It's been said that Johnson's approach to health epitomizes what Frankfurt School philosopher Max Horkheimer called instrumental rationality. Now, this is a form of reason that doesn't ask why, only how. It prioritizes efficiency over meaning. It's an ideology without ideas. So he says all this, but he doesn't offer any actual ideas that would orient a religion, an economic system, a political ideology, or a system of morality. We can further understand the problem with Johnson's thinking here via one of my favorite philosophers, Soren Kierkegaard, who once wrote that the thing is to find a truth which is true for me, to find the idea for which I am willing to live and die. Ideas or truths are what give our lives meaning. And when we're passionate about ideas, we're willing to live or die for them. And we're currently living in an era that is increasingly devoid of ideas. You know, we're served content and propaganda that usually just serve cold.
The point of life is to masturbate as much as humanly possible. Eat as much delicious food as humanly possible. Sleep in every day until satisfied. And lift weights. Also pet cats throughout the day. And enjoy sunlight and fresh air. And I am not an ape asshole.
No, you're an ape. But yeah, that sounds about right. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Old economic aims that aim at nothing other than like.
I'm referring to this by the way anyways after that anti-Semitic stunt Yale just pulled in that clip. Thank God Cody did not end up going to Yale.
Okay. I don't know what that show is, but I guess that's good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did you ever watch Manchurian Candidate like I told you to, nigga? What's interesting as fuck is they explore the concept that McCarthy himself could have been a Soviet agent. The ending is fucking awesome.
No, I haven't watched it yet. That actually sounds like a very interesting idea. I should watch that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Making money and not dying and staying distracted as the world burns around us. Yay.
Effin' nigga.
And the one idea is how we are going to exterminate white people, because that, in my estimation, is the only conclusion I have come to. We have to exterminate white people off of the face of the planet to solve this problem. Now, I don't care whether you clap or not, but I'm saying to you that we need to solve this problem because they are going to kill us.
This is why we need eugenics. Kill the most Slavs in the 20th century, kill the most Slavs in the 21st century. Yeah. That sounds about right.
How am I an ape if I don't look like you at all? We are obviously different species. I'm not an ape, you are. I am not an ape. 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 I am no ape.
Yeah, you are. You're an ape. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Since the Second World War, Russian soldiers have been known for committing mass rapes. So, yeah, this is not a surprise.
The police said that she
There's actually issues with rapes within the Russian military.
was badly tortured. My girl wanted to live so much. She even applied tourniquets to herself to stop the bleeding.
Потом выстрелом в висок в голову. Они ее убили.
Yep, Russians are degenerate pieces of shit. Tom Sewell and Jill Davis are racial communists. They want total central planning, economic communism, mixed with Anglo-Saxon racial purity. Think racial communes and racial breeding farms with underage girls forced into bondage. Tom Sewell. I don't think I'm familiar with either of those people. Oh, that guy's a Nazi. Joel Davis. There's a Joel Davis who's a baseball pitcher. There's a lot of Joel Davises. Thanks for the donation, Kneeguard.
No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, a whole new future. A brand new light. Feast and dance, the deed is done. Trump Gaza, #1.
Show me what the people looks like. Show me what power looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
She's saying that while calling for the extermination of a liberal democratic state in favor of a fascist Islamist regime.
Show me what democracy looks like.
Greta Thunberg is a useless tool. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Back in the 19th century, Kierkegaard was already noting the effect that a culture of media and abstraction was having on folks. You know, he wrote that in this era, one no longer belongs to God, to himself, to his beloved, to his art, or to his science. He is conscious of belonging in all things to an abstraction, just as a serf belongs to an estate. This sort of abstraction describes the same sort of cold algorithmic logic we get in Johnson's Don't Die philosophy. Now, as Maya Vinikower writes, on the surface, Johnson appears to be asking age-old questions about how to find the good life.
Dodo donated $2. Can a Sasquatch just kidnap and eat this woman already? Yeah, we can only hope. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But in practice, his activities boil down to Horkheimer's instrumental rationality, a meaningless striving toward longevity that never wonders whether an inhumanly long life is even worth pursuing. Now, in Johnson's defense, there is a contemporary philosopher who genuinely argues that we should be striving for immortality. But unlike Johnson's individualistic biological conception of immortality, French philosopher Alain Badiou has something else in mind. For him, it's precisely when we commit ourselves to ideas and truths that are bigger than ourselves, when we bring ourselves into community with other humans, that we can transcend our animality and become immortal. Now, this doesn't mean that we physically live forever, but it does mean we can have our own don't die philosophy where we make our lives meaningful through participating in ideas and movements that will outlive us. And while Johnson might think that's what he's doing,
I want to be admired by the 25th century.
Honestly, feels like it's just about his legacy.
Jesus delivered a don't die message.
Okay, so what does it actually look like to become immortal? You know, to find an idea for which you are willing to live or die. Okay, let's compare Brian Johnson to one of my favorite dead guys.
What is the... like, this video has no thesis. None whatsoever.
Guys, John Brown. John Brown was an American abolitionist who was executed after leading an attempted slave rebellion at Harper's Ferry.
Can you tell me the difference between these three pictures?
Well, that's a gorilla. That's me. Well, the difference would be that's me, and that's a gorilla. That other one is broken, it's not. Oh, wait. That's a kangaroo. I mean, we're all muscular. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
But over 200 years after he was hanged for fighting against slavery, we still talk about John Brown, you know? People write songs about him. They made a TV show about him. Dudes have tattoos of him. And that's because Brown lived for ideas that transcended his individual existence. He participated.
Yeah, the issue is he's dead. So, if you can live...
I can't get enough of this based road rage meant.
Yeah, it's... better to not get angry, but thanks for the donation, neck hurt. So, like, what point is this guy trying to make? Is he saying we shouldn't develop technologies so we can live longer? Let's all just die?
In something bigger than himself. You know, Brown dedicated his entire life to the abolition of slavery. He was willing to live and die for that cause. But I don't think anyone's going to be comparing boner stats with their kids in 200 years to honor the legacy of Brian Johnson, because he's not living for any idea. You know, there's no substantial value or meaning to this whole philosophy of longevity. And even worse,
value and meaning do not objectively exist. They only exist within your mind, and nothing Brian or this other guy are doing are any more meaningful than the other.
How are we apes then? You can distinguish between 3 different animals, right? Remember when Destiny said that if we have different brains then we have different consciousnesses? You also said different eyes, different views of life, so we are not ape stumbers.
An ape is any animal under the superfamily Hominoidea. We are part of the superfamily Hominoidea, therefore we are apes. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
whereas people are tacitly buying into ideologies that are straight up anti-human, where markets and algorithms take precedent over our humanity. So
we're living under an algorithm, only it's not a computer algorithm. It's a human-made algorithm. Why do you think everybody fucking goes to school, then goes to work, then by the time they retire, they have no money and they die? Like, everyone roughly has the same fucking life. Do you think people are genuinely making their own fucking choices? Like, what are the chances that 8 billion fucking people living on the planet pretty much all do the same fucking thing? Does that sound like free will, or do you think that sounds like everybody's living under some kind of fucking algorithm? Like, give me a fucking break. It's just stupid. So rather than your life being ran by stupid dum-dum human society, it's going to be run by a much smarter fucking computer that will be able to say maximize the actual freedoms you want or that particularly matter to you and extend your life and make your life overall better. Rather than, humans who are like, oh, you can't jerk off and watch porn. Oh, you can't have gay sex. You can't fucking do this on a Sunday or some stupid shit. Like again, this video has no thesis. He's just rambling about horse shit.
Stop saying we are apes, you are. But I'm not. That's why you look like an ape and I don't. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Ape man? Lol.
You are in fact an ape. You are part of the superfamily Hominoidea, which by definition would make you an ape. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
what I'm really saying is maybe we need less Brian Johnsons and more John Browns. Let me know what you think. Please do consider...
Yeah, fuck this guy. He's just a dishonest twat.
Nice. Oh, close, close. Give me one. Come on.
What's the time there?
You're 57.
Come on, Greg.
All right.
Strong. Strong, strong.
Challenging weight now.
Nope.
Yeah, good stuff.
Done.
Actually, your time...
That's not bad, though. That's not bad. Well done.
Time through the first 3 was fantastic. Not about 30 seconds through the first 3 implements. Just this nasty big log. A little bit too much at the end. But that was
I thought the first event would kill me. It's this one.
The dumbbell was so much better than the first time as
Man.
well.
Especially when you accumulate all the volume.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think your heart rate's at right now, after this?
Probably 150.
150? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing. Well, I think our next one is something you're going to like way more. So we'll stack this away. I'm going to run through the next two.
All right.
Okay, we're into event number 2. Now, Greg, event 1, not bad, but I got the better of you. I think you might be able to beat me on this. So this is a sandbag load. We've got that sandbag there. What you're gonna have to do is carry that from that end to that end. Then you're gonna sprint back and forth. You're gonna repeat that 4 times.
4
So
times.
the sandbag has to go there, 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 there. Then we're all done.
Okay. How heavy is the bag?
This bag is 200 pounds.
Oh, God.
The one that I'm using in competition is 350.
Oh, my God, yeah.
You're going to be fine. You're
Okay.
going to be able to do this one for sure.
Sure, he gets that height on the bag.
Yeah.
Get off his legs.
Some of the guys must die by the last
They
lap.
will.
They just be like, yeah. Because it's not strength so much. It's just like endurance a lot.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
after a bit in the sun, every year I've been at Worlds, there's been a guy collapse because of this event.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Which you shouldn't.
It's
You should
fun.
be
It's a
prepared.
fun
You should
event
be-
for sure. It's a good challenge.
And we also do sometimes we'll have a sandbag and then like an anvil and a keg and always different objects.
Yeah. I've seen where they like fill up a cart and you drive the cart over, and I've seen sandbags, beer kegs. I've seen all
Yeah. Always strange.
Man.
Okay, you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, let's go on the 30-second mark. 25 seconds. That way we can easily keep track.
So do you start from here? Like, do
Let's
they
start
start
one step back.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, great. Come on.
My favorite band, hope you like it. Sing please.
All right, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Alan. Well, I love my aunt, but she died. And my Uncle Lou. Then he died. I'm searching for something which can't be found. But I'm hoping I still dream of Dad, though he died. Everything does. Everything does. My ma's so sick she might die. Though my girl's quite fit, she will die. So looking for someone who was around. Barely coping. Now I hate myself. Wish I'd die. Everything dies. Everything dies. Everything dies. Everything. Oh God, I miss you. Oh God, I miss you. I really miss you. Everything dies. Everything dies. Everything dies. Everything. No, no, no. Everything dies. Everything dies. Everything. Okay, hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Alan. That is not the best typo negative song.
I'm 128 pounds of vegan muscle. I ain't no bitch. Who said I can't get enough protein? Even if I have a small dick, it's bigger than my body. Fuck you, soy boy.
Alright, well, thank you, Vegan Runner. Appreciate that. Thanks for the donation.
$123 quadragentillion 123 due a quadragentillion 123 unquadragentillion 123 quadragentillion 123 novemtragentillion 123 octotragentillion 123 septentragentillion 123 sextragentillion 123 quintragentillion 123 quatuortragentillion 123 tetragentillion 123 duotrigentillion 123 untrigentillion 123 trigentillion 123 novemgentillion 123 octovigentillion 123 septvigentillion 123 sexvigentillion 123 quinvigentillion 123 quartervigentillion 123 trevigentillion 123 duovigentillion 123 unvigentillion 123 vigentillion 123 novemdecillion 123 octodecillion 123 septendecillion 123 sexdecillion 123 quindecillion 123 quatuordecillion 123 tridecillion 123 duodecillion 123 undecillion 123 decillion 123 nonillion 123 octillion 123 septillion 123 sextillion 123 quintillion 123 quadrillion 123 trillion 123 billion 123 million 123,123 comma 123 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 comma 123.
Okay, thanks for the donation, gay.
Your react to Willie's content cop was legendary, the way you totally lost faith in Willie towards the end and were losing your mind during the Denims segment before he called her a liar was Kino.
Favorite part of my Destiny video is everyone shitting on Denims. The fact that she blatantly lied the way she did is crazy. Yeah, but for some reason, he can't put two and two together. Oh, one of these women is a liar. They couldn't possibly all be lying to some extent. It's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Jenk the retard launches war against Democrats, saying they're going to have a populist takeover.
Joining us now with a big announcement is Cenk Uygur. Cenk, how you doing?
Good, Anna. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
All right. I'm in New York, as you can tell, in a fun hotel room here. Big announcement today. We are launching a populist takeover of the Democratic Party. We're doing it through a Rebellion PAC, rebellionpac.com. So what does that mean? First of all, what are we concentrating on? Economic populism. So we are going to find candidates, and we already have, and I'll tell you who some of those candidates are, that believe in doing real populism, not the kind of fake populism that Donald Trump and Elon Musk did, and obviously not the establishment. So we're at the very center of the Democratic Party. The 6 policy proposals are incredibly popular. They all poll over 2/3. They're the most popular positions the Democratic Party has. And so our revolutionary idea is, why don't we do them first? And let's get a giant coalition to do this. And we're planting our flag and saying we think the Democratic Party should go towards economic populism. And so we have an incumbent that is a sitting congressman who's with us and has already joined the rebellion. We have several candidates who have joined the rebellion. And as you'll see, they're about as populist as it gets. So some portions of the party, the establishment, are basically in the do nothing camp. And some good folks are in the do everything camp, Maximal's position. We're in the camp of do the right things and build up power and leverage, regain the country. And Anna, most importantly, in 2026, let's go win in blue, purple, and red districts. Let's take power back from Donald Trump and then build a credibility and the leverage to be able to help in picking a 2028 candidate for the Democratic primaries, take back the Democratic Party and take back the country.
Yeah, this just sounds like a scam. So he can just get money. like the Young Turks are just complete frauds. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I suck dick on a daily, boy. I can run really fast because I got a lot of practice trying not to get raped by my dad. Please give me attention, I keep typing in chat to nobody at all. I can run so fast I'm a dick sucker, hee hee. I'm a solid 120 pounds wet.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, vegan runner. World's Strongest Man donates $2. Have you seen the World Order, World's Strongest Man's? Had some interesting events, tug of war, and sumo, etc. Here's a short clip of one.
No part of the contestants' hands, forearms, or...
Well, I've seen old school World's Strongest Man. It's not as good as later World's Strongest Man competitions. They had a lot of weird events like this. They, especially going into like the 80s, 90s, they had some like super fucking dangerous events, like arm wrestling, tire flipping, like everyone got fucked up. But yeah, I've seen old school World's Strongest Man. Thanks for the donation, World's Strongest Man.
Hey Richard, I'm vegan but I'm fat AF. Any tips on how to lose weight? I find that I lose control of my appetite post-exercise. It's a real problem.
What tends to happen is that when you diet, your blood sugar can go low. And when your blood sugar goes really low, you're going to have intense cravings for food. So if you can learn to just restrain yourself and wait a couple hours for your blood pressure to normalize, those cravings are going to go away and then you'll feel fine. You can also just have a little bit of food, like not much, but a little bit, to help get your blood sugar kind of back up. And again, just wait a couple hours for your blood sugar to normalize, and then you can avoid having that problem. But like, weight loss just sucks, dude. Even if you're on a drug like, you know, Ozempic, semaglutide, your appetite can go down, but you'll still have cravings. So if your blood sugar goes way down, you're still going to crave food, even though you're not hungry. There's a difference between hunger and cravings. So you just kind of have to learn to develop self-control and not give in to your, like, your cravings. So it's really as simple as that, you know? So especially if you want to lose weight rapidly, like, yeah, it's just hard. Thanks for the donation, though, Fat Boy Running.
Is Frank's neck tattoo is permanent or temporary? Why do you think he got such a visible neck tat in the midst of his eye surgery saga? Do you think he will try to get it removed at some point?
Oh no. So maybe he does still have the neck tattoo? Wait. Or is that removed? No, he still has it. Yeah, because I saw the weird thing on his neck in the one video. Like, if you see his neck, it looks strange. There's, like, discoloration here. I don't know when he filmed some of these things, because I actually was looking at this video and I thought he got it lasered off. Because there's, like, odd discoloration around his neck here. And it kind of matches the pattern of the tattoo. So I don't know when he filmed that versus when he filmed this. So I don't know if he actually got it lasered off or if this video was a few weeks old. But he's just retarded. He's a retard and he does retarded shit. The tattoos he's gotten have just been terrible. It wouldn't surprise me if he ends up getting it removed because it's just terrible. Thanks for the donation though, Joe.
Good, run, 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 run. Good man. Good, back and forth. Good. Go, Greg. Nice and easy. Hold it high. Go, 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 go.
7.68 seconds.
47.
Okay.
Man, I was tired.
1-1. 1-1.
The heart rate's higher on this one.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh my God.
Some deadlift for reps. Now, we're gonna go into some deadlifts now. Deadlifting, right up your wheelhouse. You know this well. Is it still something you include in your regular routine?
I haven't done deadlifts for 4 years or so.
So definitely not.
I don't.
Usually with lighter black ink tattoos, you can get them removed with only like a couple treatments. Those are the easiest to get rid of. It's some of the colored tattoos that require a much more powerful laser and take a much longer time to heal and many more treatments. But like you can see single treatments of black tattoo removal where they're pretty much gone. Let me see.
There is always something that sucks the most out of existing. What is your current most hated thing/event/person?
That is not music, that is noise. I don't know, man. There's shit that pops up, and you either get through it or you don't. I don't know what the worst event in my life really is. Yeah, so I think this was only 2 treatments. So black tattoos are very easy to remove. Like, yeah, 1 single treatment, it's pretty much gone.
No, I don't do deadlifts anymore. Okay. I still train my back, but not lower back. Sure. I get injured too easily, so I don't do them anymore.
Well, we won't push the weight too much, and I don't want you to be too uncomfortable, but we're gonna do deadlift for maximum reps. So it's a set weight. Okay. How many reps can we do at that weight? Yeah. We're gonna determine the weight as we go, but the only piece of advice I'm going to give you is every rep has to come to a dead stop. So
pause reps.
First rep here. Yeah. Okay? Now up here, this is where you want to breathe. If you breathe standing up here, brace. Much easier. Yeah. Okay. Never breathe at the bottom because your back is going to be more susceptible to injury. You're not going to be as tight through the core.
So you're trying to use that stretch reflex a bit at the bottom, like not stop too long. Like, so it's kind of, is it like a quarter-second stop or?
So you're getting up commands. Okay. So it is a bit of a game with the referees where sometimes you'll have one who'll just say up straight away. Yeah. Hugely helpful. Sometimes they know what you're trying to do and they'll make you wait. Yeah. But regardless, big breath in, you hold that breath down, and all we're looking for today is the momentum totally stops. No bouncing or nothing like that. Yeah. Okay?
See if I can get that on the waist. Geez, they got my size, I think. It's perfect.
It's so cute. Nice. One more. Good. Okay, down. Okay, now I want you to practice what I told you before. You're gonna stand up. Let all your air out. Don't. We're getting you straps to strap on.
Okay, yeah, that'll be.
Good. Awesome.
Okay.
Cool. How does that feel?
I can probably do 10 or so with that weight.
Yeah. Cool. Let's add on.
Is that too much?
Yeah, you don't want to kill yourself.
Yeah, 365 maybe.
It's kind of a catch-22 where if it's too light and do a lot, it fucks you, and if it's too heavy and you can hardly do any,
we'll go 365 then.
Well, and let's see if we can't get 10 plus. You were a great deadlifter.
The key word is were.
And let's go.
Oh yeah, Frank is an insane drama queen. Just complains about everything constantly nonstop.
Nice. 1, big brace. 2, nice, Greg. 3, still smooth, really good. 4. 5, good, Greg, come on. Nice, 6, come on. Get 10, come on. 7, stop the momentum. You got it, come on. 8. Come on, Greg. Stop the momentum. Go. 9, one more. Go. Come on, Greg. Go, Greg. Go. Yeah. Tied. One more. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. So good.
Go with seeing stars.
Greg's up 2-1.
Oh my God.
Stars. The star that he's seeing is himself. We have 1 event left to go. I will out the line.
Hamill Joker impression. Well, look who it is. How long has it been? Let's see, there was an asylum, some monsters, and oh, that's right, you left me to die. Now you probably don't remember it that way, but who cares? You just need to worry about the bombs.
Because now, there's a teeny little bit of me in you too, bats.
I don't know if I can do that voice.
Well, let's see. Look who it is. How long has it been? Let's see. There was an asylum, some monsters, and oh, that's right. You left me to die. Now, you probably don't remember it that way, but who cares? You just need to worry about the bombs.
I don't know. That's the best I could do. Thanks for the donation. It's the Joker, baby.
Find that. Oh, get outside. All right, final event. Greg and I are going to go head to head. He's up 2-1. This is going to be to tie him. Otherwise, we might have to declare Greg the world's strongest manlet.
World's strongest masters bike rider who does coaching Greg videos. Very specific title.
Good. Fueled by Turk.
Exactly, on Turk.
Okay, so we're going to throw
Yeah, that was a little hard on my throat. I was actually worried I was going to start coughing.
the sandbag head to head. It's for distance. So we're going to have, if the bag crosses a line on this side, I win. If the bag crosses a line on that side, Greg wins. I'm going to allow you to throw it 3 times for every time I throw it once.
Can I throw it 3 times and we add up the distance?
That's it. So you throw it and throw it and throw it. I throw it back. And then whoever ends up getting it over the line like a tug of war wins.
Okay.
Make sense?
I like it.
Okay, I'll let you throw it first.
Oh, God. You can throw this? Oh.
1. And again.
I actually was impressed I got it up. Okay.
Two. And last one. If you throw it to here, you win.
Oh, God.
All right.
Okay. Was it getting better each throw, or? I feel like
your biggest tip is you go too high on the last one, so it really swings you through.
Yeah.
What? I only bring it to about here.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You're up. That's better. Good. He might.
I'm like, did I hurt him?
Oh, you're close. Close. Close, close.
Please react. Donate $2. New dialogue just dropped. Let me see.
You actually are pretty handsome. Congrats on that.
Yeah. I don't know whose fucking idea it was to add in that line, but holy fuck, that was stupid. Which is the best pre-workout?
People in the fitness space are going around using these as their pre-workout, which I highly do not recommend. There's 20 grams of added sugar for 4 pieces. You're much better off going with some dates as a pre-workout snack.
The reason people are using this as a pre-workout is because it contains high concentrations of glucose and fructose. Any co-ingestion of glucose.
Why is this guy such a gross nerd? Like, look how much of a dork this guy is. Who the fuck watch? Like, what? Does this guy have a fitness channel? Who listens to this fucking dork for fitness advice?
Glucose and fructose appears to be more beneficial than just exogenous glucose or fructose alone, and improving exercise performance and delaying fatigue. Dates have essentially.
Okay, well, I think the most important thing for most people for pre-workout is being hydrated. I've learned that recently. So if you work out super hard, you need to make sure you're maximally hydrated. So I drink 2 liters of water before I work out, and I have an electrolyte supplement that also has dextrose added to it. So I have dextrose with sodium and electrolytes with 2 liters of water, and that's massively beneficial. Like, my workouts are way better now that I'm properly hydrating. And if you want, you can have caffeine, like either an energy drink or one of those pre-workout powders. Like, that's fine. I also like nicotine when I'm training. Nicotine also has some benefits for training. Wouldn't necessarily recommend everybody take nicotine, but I like it for training. Can you believe the audacity of this man? He is literally a grapist sarcasm.
Can I work in with you? Can I work in?
No. I'll be done soon.
Huh?
I'll be done soon.
Okay.
Like, it's a machine. Like, if she was using like a barbell and you had to spend like 5 minutes changing the weight and everything, it's a selectorized machine. You just go like this and that, like, what a bitch. Thanks for the donation, please react.
I have been trying to learn how to muscle up. I can do sets of 10 strict pull-ups, but cannot muscle up to save my life. Do you have any training tips for the muscle up?
Well, some of it is just plain practice. So if you see a lot of people do muscle ups, they kind of just optimize the movement and use momentum at the bottom to swing themselves up. You can just get very, very strong and just pull yourself up like nothing. So just getting a bigger, stronger back and chest and triceps, that's going to help. If you can only do 10 strict pull-ups, that would make it very hard to do a muscle up. Once you can get to about 20 pull-ups, then that would be much, much easier. But yeah, if you can only do 10 strict pull-ups, you're going to have to use a lot more momentum and like ideal form to get a muscle up. But if you want it to be very easy, I'd try to get to about 20 strict pull-ups. Thanks for the donation though, Ryan. Hope that helps. No, I don't take Zins. I would not recommend Zins. For one thing, they're very, very high dose nicotine. I've seen some that are like 12 fucking milligrams, which is crazy. Zin. Yeah, 6 milligram pouches is very, very fucking high. Most people feel like get stomach upset and get sick from just 2 milligrams. So if you're new to taking nicotine, you do not want 6 milligram pouches. You're going to get violently ill and vomit. So I'd recommend for somebody who's like new to nicotine, just get 1 milligram lozenges. There's also other problems with these nic pouches. You put them on your gum. If you put nicotine on your gums, you're going to get gum recession. So just have lozenges and hold it underneath your tongue. Zins are bad because they're dosed way too high, and they're also going to cause gum recession. Thanks. Or wait, no, you didn't donate for that.
All right. I'm going against the wind, by the way.
It's true.
Right.
There's actually a lot of videos of people taking Zins and vomiting because they're just, it's such a high dose of nicotine. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, one time I was freestyling here with a bunch of people from define choice exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it was the hardest we've ever bombed.
Oh, really?
And Diego was like dripping.
I was
sweat.
dripping. I literally looked like the key here. You can pull the picture right here.
I can't get over how bad you're sweating right now.
Yeah, I know. It's.
I took that photo when he was on stage.
Ever done a song? Is it?
So,
I know.
I'm gonna interrupt you right now, but
it's actually more extensive than I expected. Like you have.
Yeah, I can't find them. That one was weird. That was the most bizarre vomit.
Well, that's exactly right. What we've done is we've taken the 360, we've added a DSP, and then we've...
Yeah, so you can see some videos of people taking Zins and just vomiting and like sweating like crazy. You do not want a nicotine at high doses like that. Just start with 1 milligram lozenges if you want to try nicotine for like, you know, whatever benefits you want to get out of nicotine. But 6 milligrams or more is just fucking crazy.
Watch out.
Back you go. It's close.
A breath.
Sure.
Fun.
Good effort.
Way more fun than I expected, though. I love it.
Yeah, in terms
It's
of getting
good.
to work at it, like if you think, drop the barriers of getting the equipment and learning the technique. Once you sort of get over that initial hurdle, so much more fun to me than like 10 bench press and 10 shoulder press and 10 rows. It's something we can actually move. It's more primal.
In the 60 plus.
60 plus. Stay fit, stay strong.
A choice between, well, if I keep pushing like this, I'm concerned about what this is going to do for my health over the long term. Talk me through that, you know, that mindset when you are faced with those choices.
I love this conversation because I took less than everybody, and I can point it out. I have blood work from the very beginning.
How deep can you go into that?
Okay, so I won to Miss USA taking 500 milligrams of testosterone with a shot of Deca a week. I didn't have any money, but I whipped everybody's ass. First crack at it, and quoted as one of the greatest Mr. USAs of all time.
Best bodybuilding channel.
Fucking Indians. So this is the USA champion. I don't know if he's talking about the same competition. He said Mr. USA. This is NPC USA Championships. Assuming this is Mr. USA. So 500 milligrams testosterone per week and 1 shot of Deca. So that's nandrolone. I don't know what he means by 1 shot of nandrolone. How many milligrams? Fuck. Like, testosterone is ridiculously cheap. Like, just ridiculously cheap. So when he says he doesn't have any money, like, I mean, bro, I have a fucking bookmark for steroids. I don't want to show it on screen because I think it goes against YouTube TOS. Let me fucking see. I'll look it up off stream. So this is Canadian prices, by the way, on the, you know, blackish market. So I don't know if he means nandrolone decanate or decadroblin. Decadroblin, 250 milligrams, 10 1 mil ampules. $90. So 250 milligram, 10, 1 mil ampules, 10 of them for $90. So that's less than $90 a month. That's like $45 a month if he's saying he's only doing 1 injection per week. Let me see. They've got Masteron, 100 milligram ampule. Yeah, so 100 milligrams, 10 1 mil ampules, $90. So again, assuming you're going to be taking like around 200 milligrams per week, that would be like, again, like $45 a month. I don't know why you'd bother taking.
Which protein source is better? Here are 2 Amazon links.
Give me a second. I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Joe. So nandrolone decanate, 300 milligram. Yeah, 300 milligrams per mil. 10 mil vial, $80. So again, if you're taking 300 milligrams per week, which is a relatively reasonable dose, like it's actually kind of high, that's less than $40 a month for nandrolone decanate. Let me see if I can just find testosterone. Testosterone cypionate. 250 milligrams per mil, 10 mil vial. So he's on 500 milligrams per week. So $85 for the 1 vial, for a 10 mil vial. So again, if he's taking 500 milligrams per week, that's like $40 a month. Like, what does he mean he has no money? Like anybody can afford this. If you make minimum fucking wage, you can afford those drugs. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. This was back in 2005, and if he's getting his shit on the black market, he may be paying higher prices. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of factors. These are Canadian prices, adjustments for inflation for 20 years ago. I don't know what his sources are, but I mean, like, that is ridiculously fucking cheap. And I know those are legit steroids that I'm looking at. They're not just fakey fake, just bullshit. Those are pharmaceutical grade steroids that I'm talking about there. So I don't know, that's a little weird. Can you realistically get a physique like that with 500 milligrams testosterone and let's say 1 ampule of nandrolone per week? No. Like, you would have to have ridiculous, freak, insane retard genetics in order to get those sorts of results off 500 milligrams testosterone and 1 ampule of nandrolone per week. That's very hard for me to believe. Almost completely and utterly unbelievable. Most people would also have to be taking like Masteron on top of that and human growth hormone. So I don't know if I completely believe him. A lot of these pro bodybuilders massively downplay the doses they were on. So he could be like some freak hyper responder to these drugs, but the idea that this is from 500 milligrams testosterone and what would that be, like 200 milligrams of nandrolone? So 700 grams total? Like, I don't know. That's a little hard for me to believe. Anthony's Vital Wheat Gluten 4-pound vegan. And this is Anthony's textured vegetable protein TVP 1.5 pounds. Says it can't be delivered to Canada. I can't see the prices. I don't oh wait. $17 per 0.71 ounces. $75 per 0.94 ounces. Well, you're gonna get a better bang for buck. Like you're getting more protein per dollar. As far as I think you're actually getting 120 calories, 24 grams protein, 45 calories, 8 grams protein. How's that possible? TVP. TVP should be more protein dense. Wait, that would be like 8 times 4, right? No, yeah, it is slightly more protein dense. Well, you'd be getting more protein from this for a cheaper price. The only benefit with a TVP would be you would be getting more branched chain amino acids from TVP. If you match total protein intake, so like you're getting 0.75 grams protein per pound of body weight, they'd probably be roughly equal in terms of supporting anabolism. So yeah, I would probably just go with the Vital Wheat gluten because it's just way cheaper, and you're probably not going to have, it's probably not going to be any difference in terms of anabolism, assuming your total protein intake is equivalent. Thanks for the donation though, Joe. Oh, wait.
Didn't take growth hormone until my second Arnold Classic.
How deep are we in there?
I turned pro in 05. We're talking about 2008. I'd already won 2 pro shows.
Phil Heath, 2008 Arnold Classic. I don't know if he is being honest. Like, maybe he is? Like, again, this is 08. It's a little different, but growth hormone is pretty inexpensive if you get it black market, quote unquote. And since he's like in the bodybuilding scene, he'd probably know a lot of people who can get it for him, like legit stuff. So it's not just faked. 08 Arnold Classic, Dexter Jackson, Phil Heath. Like, I don't know. He doesn't look that much different compared to 08 and 05. And he's saying in 05, he wasn't on growth hormone. I don't know if I believe him.
And now I decided to take growth hormone for the first time.
And you're still running 500 milligrams a test?
No, I was probably doing like 750.
Yep.
Very.
Like maybe this is just when he started using growth hormone. Like he wasn't really on it and he just started using it.
Very minimal stuff. Because here's my thought process with this. You watch Fast and the Furious?
Mm-hmm.
You know this good old saying, too soon, Junior? That plays in bodybuilding. The guy that hits the nitrous too fast in the race loses every time.
Why? Because
that car was what? Little Honda Civic with a little turbo kit and some bullshit. Handmade, handcrafted Ferraris will always beat that shit. And if you put a little bit of a mod on that thing, you can't catch them.
So you're saying that
I rather would build, okay, better analogy. You go Super Saiyan and
You can't build a house out of a peanut.
I can beat you in my base form.
The internet is happy at a
You know what I'm saying?
Dragon Ball
so,
Z reference.
So let me go ahead and beat you in the base form. Let me work on the base form.
It seems like
then I can't rely on this stuff, because here with pharmacology and stuff, are you really getting it from a valuable source? Are you getting it from Bayer? Are you getting it from sharing?
Faggot donated $2.
That dog's too fat, man. What the fuck's up with that, bro? God damn. What, we worry about coronary, but we can't worry about our dog having a fucking coronary, bro? The fuck, his head is like, his body's like 3 times bigger than his fucking head, bro. He's gonna fucking pop a coronary, bro, walking around the block. That's some twisted shit, too, though. But I was thinking, like, the bathroom, you can cut him down here. Ooh. What's that, Eminem? I like that one. That's some shit. Have you seen the guy carrying the fridge out the truck, man? He's like, I'm like one dude carrying a fucking fridge. I said, what the fuck, bro? Oh, that's some twisted shit, too. Do you guys do this shit all the time, or what?
Skip to 1:30 and 7 seconds. This guy butchers Nietzsche, basically calls him a broke incel.
Okay, I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, retard. This is the guy who just walks up to people and shows them weird random photos, right?
That's kind of...
Are you pooping?
Bro, chill. Chill out.
Favorite Toronto slang word?
Yo, fam, tutu's my word. My favorite Toronto slang word is Gerber. Mine is Gerber, obviously. Gerber or Cody? Cody, it's obviously Gerber.
Why?
Bro, like, it's just such a good word. I like. Tutu my word, fam. All these motherfuckers here are Gerbers, fam.
What's your favorite?
Alright, well, kids are retarded. Thanks for the donation, faggot. This dude's a fucking dipshit. 130.07. This guy's just a grifter. Why the fuck do you even want me to watch this?
Mean that Nietzsche is a loser. I'm not talking about his early years, which seemed fine except for the early death of his father and brother. I'm not talking about his fantastic early philological career, where he was made the youngest professor at the University of Bonn. I'm talking about the mature Nietzsche, the Nietzsche who wrote books like these. I'm talking about his chronic sickness that eventually...
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Are you getting it from these companies? You don't know. You don't work there. You really want to tax your body? You really want to take something that you really don't know? That could really hurt you. And now you're becoming a drug addict, buying drugs from someone at a gym. You're buying it from drug dealers. I know drug dealers. I grew up around drug dealers. I know the mentality. I stayed away from that shit because I was like, you know what? Like, let me just go ahead and slowly roll myself into this, because if I want to have longevity after my career, it would be nice to show that my blood work can prove it.
Would you ever release that?
My blood work?
Yeah.
For money? Yeah, I'm not just going to offer it up to somebody, but you know, that's HIPAA. That's a lot of, you know, maybe on my own podcast someday.
Yep.
You do not violate HIPAA laws by just showing your own medical records. It's if somebody else does it.
Yep. Okay, so
I could walk you through why. Okay, so I did the Arnold Classic in 2007. I had won the...
Bro, please don't do roids. You look better than the guys on roids currently. Being vegan while still getting bigger and stronger is way more of an accomplishment. Live long, man.
Well, I wasn't thinking... I'm not really considering doing steroids yet. I was thinking of just doing growth hormone. So... growth hormone, and that's it. And maybe just some, like, healing peptides like BPC or something. But I feel like I could probably get a benefit from growth hormone. I've been growing so fucking quickly, and while dieting to an extreme degree too. So I don't think it's really worth it to go on steroids just yet, but growth hormone I think I'd probably benefit from. Like, the problem I have is I can increase strength so fucking quickly that I end up getting hurt. So, if I take growth hormone and I'm able to strengthen some of my soft tissue, like, why not? And then there's some other benefits too, like with fat metabolism and shit. But, like, yeah, I'm looking pretty fucking yoked. Thanks for the donation, Justin. Get donated $2. Yeah, I've seen that.
Let me get some lotion, man. Shit, man.
I got you,
I'm
bro.
white today. Hold on, man. What the fuck is this? A nut?
What?
Look at this shit. That's like straight nut, man. Hold on, man. Y'all doing some extra work behind the counter.
Yep. Thanks for the donation, Get. Nick Gurr donated $2.
Hello, I'm Nigger.
Oh, you scared me.
Yeah, sure I did. Everyone's scared of niggers. Who are you?
I'm Pooh.
Oh, Pooh. Sure. What's a Pooh?
You're sitting on one.
I am? Oh, well, glad to meet you. Name's Nigger.
Always wondered why Americans lock their toothpaste.
I said it once and I'll say it again. There are no good answers to this, but it has something to do with the sunscreen never being locked up.
Oh my god. I hate I hate how people blame black people for everything. Like, yeah, if you're in a fucking black neighborhood and there's theft issues at a store, no shit. It's gonna be black people that are responsible. It's because only black people live there. You can find predominantly white areas where there's also theft issues, and you can find mixed areas where there's also theft issues. And depending on the certain circumstances there, it may be a majority black or majority white or majority some other color committing those thefts. Like, I remember at, like, my fucking high school, I knew some degenerate fucking, like, white and Italian kids that were stealing shit, so it's... Is that an Asian guy with really dark skin, or is that a black guy with, like, very narrow, squinty eyes? I can't tell.
Soy Jacinto el Grande. ¡Toma! Si serás imbécil, Jacinto. Todos mis antepasados son judíos. ¿Ah, sí? Pues mira lo que tengo. ¡Heil Hitler!
Okay, thanks for the donation, Nick Gurr.
The first two pro shows in 2006, Sean Ray and New York Pro. Realized I needed more time off to do the Olympia. I was going to be undersized. It made no sense to get my ass beat by a bunch of guys that are seasoned veterans. Did the 07 Arnold, placed 5th. First time ever losing, right? Okay, let me take more time off. Decided to have a deeper off season. Understand that what is the difference between me and everybody else? Well, it was just time. Time in the gym, time in the gym, time in the gym.
Not drugs?
What is drugs going to do? It's not going to shrink time. You need time in the gym. Okay, so it's drugs.
There's kind of a maximum limit to how fast you can grow muscle. A lot of people think if they take more and more steroids, it'll, like, double the rate of muscle growth. Like, doesn't work that way. So, Yeah, he's right. It still does come down to just the amount of time you spent training. If you take more drugs, you're just going to get side effects.
So I pound everything, and then what? You know, my trainer said, well, I can get you to Mr. Olympia in 2-3 years, but we don't know after what's going to happen after that. So think about that mentality that we see today. Everybody's pounding this stuff. And here's the funny part. The muscle tissue is damaged. The skin texture is completely off. Look, man, you see the skin texture? You see that with anybody else? Probably not. I'm not even running shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you build that? You build it with the base form. You know how to come off appropriately. You know how to do stuff like what Arnold would say back in the day. We knew how to do stuff during. It's not an all year thing, because now you become a drug addict. You know how many drug addicts are in bodybuilding?
Buddy, Phil Heath is still on like high doses if he's still that big.
A tremendous amount, because they're chasing something, but they're not winning something. So you got to be a fucking idiot to go ahead and take all these drugs, right? Not win, put yourself in not only financial debt, physical debt.
It seems to a lot of people, especially looking at...
Does growth hormone thicken limbs? It entirely depends, dude. Depends how much you're taking, how long, where you're injecting, if it's intramuscular or subcutaneous. It just depends. And everybody gets different effects from the drugs.
At your era, unbelievable that you wouldn't have just been taking everything under the sun.
But why should I, when I was able to win my first couple amateur shows clean and then just add a little bit? When I always heard of a finishing touch, that was what was always talked about. And then I also saw guys in Colorado that were running a lot, not winning. I'm like, well, okay, so you run too much stuff. You know what happens? You develop side effects, right? So, well, if everybody's doing it, nah, man, why don't you just be different? Because maybe I don't want to do this. Maybe I don't want to have to take drugs like this. Maybe I'm afraid of needles. Maybe I'm afraid of what the side effects. Do you own an Anabolics 2000 book? Do you own these different ebooks that tell you the good, the bad, the ugly with it? I studied all this shit. So the last thing and you know what's funny? The real truth is that what if they started drug testing severely? Severely. I have no base form. I have no base form physically and also emotionally. Take all the drugs away. It's like taking the Instagram away from an influencer. They lose their shit.
What was the maximum that you ever got to in terms
as
of
far as tests?
Yeah.
1,300. I tried 15 and then I was like starting to get watery. And then I remember, no, I did 15. So I was at 13. Then I was like, let's do 15. And then like another dose later, you know, like another week goes by and I was like, all right, 17 and 5 or whatever. I think because it was like all sustanon and shit like that. I just got more watery. It was just stupid. So then
Sustanon is not testosterone. Like the way he's describing some of the drugs he's taking, it's either he's lying and downplaying what drugs he's on, or he didn't even really know what he's taking.
And the same thing with growth hormone. Like, okay, so medical journals will state that if you take too much of this stuff, right? Like now you're actually going to inhibit what? More insulin, you know, problems, you know, because I never run insulin, never ran it in my entire life. Never.
Wow.
Never. Give me some money, I'll put on a freaking show, like hand on Bibles, like lie detector test, but you're going to pay me that $1 million because I'm going to take all your damn money. I'm going to take it all. So anybody out there want to challenge, just put the money up and I'll do it on national television. I don't give a damn, but you're going to pay me though, because you're not going to put me through this bullshit and me not get something out of it. So there's that part. But, you know, I messed around with Tren and stuff like that, but even that, I realized how harsh that is. That's just stupid. It literally says like liver, kidney damage and all this. I was like, that's not happening. And you know what's funny for me? What's funny for me is that I tried it enough to realize that I have high prolactin levels when I take it. So, so you got high prolactin. Now you take Doucette. Why am I doing this? I'm adding all these things in. Why don't I just focus on the training and the modalities that I'm talking about? Like I'm the one that did the infrared saunas. I'm the one that bought the Fataris 320. I'm the one that did, you know, neuromuscular massage. I'm the one that's doing, you know, DRX 9000.
Yeah, none of that does anything. The That is just a load of bullshit. Like, oh, I didn't need to take these drugs. I used an infrared sauna. Like, what?
You know, with the decompression of the spine and stuff like that, while taking
Give me a
acupuncture,
break.
while doing STEM, while doing oxygen all at the same time, living in Denver, Colorado. I'm that dude. You can't name another fucking athlete that do. All you see is cold plunges and dry needling and scraping, which is stupid as hell because you see how they scraping and they're scraping people doing the Grafton where their blood blisters and stuff. That's not gonna yield any growth. That's just being dumb. So, look, you know, my drug use was very minimal because I understood that there was life afterwards. I had some favorite, you know, PEDs and stuff like that, like, you know, like Winnie, stuff like that, and growth. But I mean, I just made sure that I took enough.
I don't know what exactly he means by minimal. Like, yeah, I mean, you take enough to make progress, but you're still on a lot of fucking drugs. Nick Herr donated $2. I wonder if that was intentional.
Bless me with something.
Oh, gosh.
Money-wise. Please.
Can you suck it?
What? Can you...
People who like fried chicken and watermelon commit more crimes.
Let's see. Fried chicken and watermelon, like together, or just do you like them separately?
I think they usually eat it with as a meal, and they wash it down with Kool-Aid.
That's a good thing too.
Most effective way that people can lose weight. One of the things...
Eat less food, do more exercise.
What is the most...
What the hell was going on there? Bro. Dude, like Pierce Morgan says, eat less food, do more exercise, and then you lose weight, and they're like, are you a doctor? What? Thanks for the donation, Nick Herr.
Enough to get the job done. Because again,
bro,
if they were ever going to start testing for shit, I needed to be ready to just be like, I don't need this.
I have a foundation.
I got a foundation. And you look at me now, people say, oh man, you look younger, you look this. Guess what? Because I treated my body right. You got these other guys, and I also didn't have social media. Here's the thing. When you don't have magazines, you got social media. A professional bodybuilder right now is actually having to decide if they're an influencer or a bodybuilder. You see what I'm saying? An influencer can get on some cycles and stuff, almost look like a pro, which they try to do. They take all the best angles and the lighting and all this other shit. Some Photoshop their shit. They sell courses, they sell products and stuff. And they do it for a short period of time, right? But they can create like 1,000 episodes within 6 months. And then they can kind of just not do events, because you don't see a lot of events with them and they can just dress normally because they're not a pro or whatever, right? Pro bodybuilders now feel like they have to compete with them. And they share the same sponsors. So unfortunately, the owners of these companies just focus on certain levels of engagement. Now, for a bigger person that weighs over 240 to 270 to 200. Now, how many 300-pound bodybuilders do we have compared to Ronnie's era? A ton more, and they don't outmass Ronnie with quality muscle. Why? Because they're taking drugs more than they're actually doing the work. They're not allowing the body to catch up.
We'll get back to talking to Phil in 1 minute, but first...
I don't know if any of that's true. I think they just have worse genetics. Like, Ronnie was an absolute fucking genetic freak, dude.
Speeches say victory, the headlines say momentum, but the numbers, they tell a completely different story. Dead troops, destroyed tanks, collapsing supply lines. The data is...
I take 200 milligrams testosterone cypionate every 3 to 4 days. That is a very high dose. Like, that is not TRT.
Brutal, and it's stacking up fast. So forget what the Kremlin says. Here's what the war in Ukraine really looks like. In order to do that more accurately, let's rewind the clock to February 2022. When Russian forces launched their full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, they did so with overwhelming numerical superiority across virtually every military metric. Russia's war machine contained approximately 900,000 active military personnel. This was nearly 5 times Ukraine's active force of around just 196,000. This advantage extended even further when considering Russia's massive reserve force of about 2 million soldiers compared to Ukraine's 900,000. The disparity in military hardware was even more pronounced. At the start of the war, Russia's armored forces included approximately 3,400 main battle tanks on active duty, including a significant number in storage, massively outnumbering Ukraine's roughly 990 tanks. Of these, only 800 to 900 Ukrainian tanks were believed to be fully operational. This pattern repeated across all major equipment categories. Russia possessed 30,000 armored fighting vehicles to Ukraine's 12,000, 14,000 artillery systems versus Ukraine's 3,000, and 3,500 multiple rocket launchers compared to Ukraine's modest 600. Furthermore, in most cases, Russia commanded a significant technological advantage in its military equipment. Most of what Ukraine had at the start of the war was inherited from the Soviet Union and dated back to the 1990s. Ukraine had done its best to keep and upgrade its existing systems, but it lacked the economic and industrial capacity to do so, especially when compared to Russia, which had by 2020 become one of the world's largest economies and military manufacturers. Case in point was the state of Ukraine's main battle tanks. The country inherited a fleet of T-64s, a tank that was perhaps obsolete even when the Soviet Union was collapsing, as it was already getting replaced by T-80s in 1976. Ukraine modernized the tanks into the T-64 Bulat model, while Russia was fielding T-80s and T-90s. While the Bulat features Contact 5 explosive reactive armor, known as ERA, a 125mm smoothbore gun capable of firing guided missiles and upgraded fire control systems, it still fundamentally relies on the older T-64 platform. Its protection and mobility are adequate by regional standards, but the tank suffers from limitations in power-to-weight ratio and crew comfort, especially compared to more modern tanks. The Bulat's enhancement was simply intended to prolong the life of Ukraine's existing tank inventory without investing in entirely new platforms, making it a practical compromise for a nation with a limited defense budget leading up to the war. In contrast, the Russian T-90 series, especially the T-90A and T-90M, represents a more contemporary tank design that benefits from lessons learned from previous models like the T-72 and T-80. The T-90 features advanced fire control systems, thermal imaging, and superior active protection options such as the Shatora 1 or Relic era in the newer T-90M. Its mobility is supported by a more powerful engine, and the tank is designed with a better balance of firepower, protection, and crew survivability. Compared to the Bulat, the T-90M's sensor suite and digital systems give it a significant edge in target acquisition and engagement at longer ranges, making it more effective in modern, networked warfare environments. Of course, other factors, which we'll discuss later, make tanks a slightly less menacing sight on the battlefronts, but it's important to paint a picture of just how much of an advantage Russia supposedly had. Perhaps nowhere was the imbalance more striking than in the skies above Ukraine. Russia's air force entered the conflict with approximately 1,500 combat aircraft and 500 attack helicopters, a staggering 13-to-1 advantage over Ukraine's air force, which could muster only about 116 combat aircraft and 55 attack helicopters. Furthermore, Ukraine once again relied on older Soviet models, which the Russian Federation.
Do you think Ukraine is doomed if the US stops helping? Well, they pretty much have stopped helping, but at this point, it's certainly an inconvenience, but no, they're certainly not doomed. I'd say Ukraine's chances are better than Russia's, even if they don't get any more support from the US. They're still getting support from Canada and the EU. And Russia has lost so many soldiers and equipment, and Ukraine can still, use drones. So Russia's pretty much out of armor. Their armor can easily be defeated by these FPV drones, and a lot of these meat wave assaults, again, can just be defeated by FPV drones. So it's probably going to get to a point where just Russia's economy collapses and people are kind of fed up with just getting sent to the front lines and dying for nothing. And Ukraine's going to end up winning anyway.
Largely shed for more modern aerial platforms. This air superiority was complemented by Russia's sophisticated air defense networks and electronic warfare capabilities that far exceeded Ukrainian countermeasures. At sea, the disparity was equally dramatic. Russia's Black Sea fleet alone, with its cruiser, 6 frigates and destroyers, and numerous support vessels, outnumbered Ukraine's entire navy of approximately 15 vessels. Russia's naval advantage gave it control of Ukraine's coastline from the war's opening hours, with Ukraine eventually scuttling its flagship frigate rather than risking its capture. What Russia couldn't quantify, however, was the Ukrainian military's 8 years of combat experience in the Donbass since 2014. Additionally, the Ukrainian military had started receiving training from NATO at that time, with the military strategies and tactics adapting to a more Western combat style, while implementing Ukraine's native equipment. Despite Russia's overwhelming numerical advantages, 4.5 to 1 in personnel, 13 to 1 in aircraft, and decisive edges in every equipment category, these statistics would soon be tested against the stubborn reality of modern combat and Ukraine's resolute defense of its sovereignty. Arguably, Russia failed in the war practically in its opening 3 days. As mentioned, the entire Russian invasion was supposed to last a mere few.
Bootycum donated $2. Let me see.
Yeah, we're getting ready to abandon Ukraine, not just walk away from the peace talks.
All right, thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Yeah, like, again, Trump is clearly a Russian agent, but, I don't know, like, he obviously can't send military aid to Russia, so I think this is the best compromise that he's able to come up with, just not supporting Ukraine. So,
although that's how it's being presented right now, but abandon them entirely. Like, I would not be surprised if sometime in the next couple weeks we find out that we are completely shutting off any future military or financial aid, no more intelligence sharing, all of that. It just feels like that's the direction we're headed. And the reason I say that is kind of reading between the lines, or just reading exactly what some senior officials are saying. There's a lot of frustration in the White House right now about not being able to bring this war to a close, but that frustration is very singularly channeled at President Zelensky. Putin over in Russia has somehow avoided a lot of the blame so far. I mean, to kind of summarize that perfectly, here's a clip from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt earlier today.
And in order to make a good deal, both sides have to walk away a little bit unhappy. And unfortunately, President Zelensky has been trying to litigate this peace negotiation in the press. And that's unacceptable to the president. These should be closed-door negotiations. The president's national security team, his advisors, has exuded significant time, energy, and effort to try to bring this war to an end. The American taxpayer has funded billions of dollars in this effort. And enough is enough. The president's frustrated. His patience is running very thin. He wants to do what's right for the world. He wants to see peace. He wants to see the killing stop. But you need both sides of the war willing to do that. And unfortunately, President Zelensky seems to be moving in the wrong direction.
So right there, Zelensky's the one moving in the wrong direction, and I got it. There can be a real argument about what should be litigated behind closed doors. This is the whole White House blow up with Zelensky, Trump advance a few months ago personified, right? Like, how much of that should have been behind closed doors? Probably a lot, if not the entire thing. But is the litigating in public really the bigger issue than Russia slinging missiles at civilian areas in Ukraine? Like, which one of those is causing us to not get to peace more? Or are they at least...
It's, like, it's just a bullshit cope, all of it. It's fucking stupid.
Even? Again, Putin and Russia are really avoiding any sort of blame throughout this entire process, but I think it's worth mentioning a post by President Trump on Truth Social earlier today, just kind of hammering all of this home, where he said, quote, Ukrainian President Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about here. This statement is very harmful to the peace negotiations with Russia that Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Barack Hussein Obama and is not even a point of discussion. Nobody is asking Zelensky to recognize Crimea as Russian territory, but if he wants Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired, which is not, that's not exactly how things play out, but nonetheless. They say the area also houses, for many years before the Obama handover, major Russian submarine bases. It's inflammatory statements like Zelensky's that make it so difficult to settle this war. He has nothing to boast about. The situation in Ukraine is dire. He can have peace, or he can fight for another 3 years before losing the whole country. I have nothing to do with Russia, but have so much to do with wanting to save, on average, 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week who are dying for no reason whatsoever. The statement made by Zelensky today will do nothing but prolong the killing field, and nobody wants that. We're very close to a deal, but the man with no cards to play should now, finally, get it done. I look forward to being able to help Ukraine and Russia get out of the complete and total mess that never would have started if I were president. So again, we don't really have to read between the lines there. Trump's frustration saying the reason that this thing is not being brought to a close is Zelensky, or Obama, to a degree, Barack Hussein Obama, to be specific. But that's kind of the vibe we're getting from the government right now. And it kind of brings us back to some statements by Secretary Rubio last week where he said, we're just going to walk away. Like, if this isn't resolved, we're out of here. And he reiterated that today in an interview. We thought he was going to be in London meeting with senior leaders from Europe and Ukraine talking about the peace deal, but he was not. It looks like General Kellogg went. But instead, we have this interview segment here, a couple segments from Secretary Rubio. Let's give that a listen.
So what I would say we're involved in is understanding what is the Russian position. We have a better understanding of that now because we've actually spoken to them after 3 years of not speaking to them. What is the Ukrainian position? And figure out, are these guys even in the same neighborhood? Because if they're in completely different zip codes, then we may have to conclude that they're so far apart that peace is impossible at this time. We've done our best. We put a lot of time and energy at the highest levels of our government. We'll continue to be willing to do so as long as there's a realistic path forward. If at some point we determine that we're just too far apart and not enough movement is happening, we may need to move on to other priorities because there are a lot of important things happening in the world. This is not our war. We didn't start this war. We're trying to help everybody end it.
Look, credit where credit's due. I actually think that it's a good move to engage with leaders all around the world, even if we don't like them, especially if we don't like them. This is something the first Trump administration caught some flack for when he met with Kim Jong-un and went into North Korea as well, which was quite the move. I think that's what we should be doing. And I understand there's some arguments against it, but I think that's a good step that the administration has taken here, engaging with Russia about finding an end to the war. We might not find any middle ground. That might be what comes out of this, but personally, I think there's more to be gained by having some sort of communication than shutting it off entirely. But there you have Rubio saying, like, this has got to happen fast or we're out of here. And it's something that was echoed by General Kellogg just a couple days ago. Here you go.
His words are hard, but they were supposed to be hard because we're tired of what's happening. We've got too many other issues in the world that the United States must be involved in, and this war has gone on way too long.
Maybe this is nitpicking on my part, but it's a little bit frustrating when I hear people say, oh, this war has just gone on too long, as though Ukraine wants it to continue going, or that they want to continue having to defend their homeland. There is, again, we should be clear here that if anybody really wanted this war to end today, there's only one country that has that ability, and it's Russia. They could stop fighting and they could leave Ukraine, and the war would be over. If Ukraine stops fighting, they're going to lose their country. So, I don't know, it doesn't sit right with me presenting it as, oh, these guys, they just won't stop. They just want to keep going. Russia wants to keep going by everything we can tell. There's no indication that Ukraine wants this war to continue. They just don't want to lose their country. But let's head over to Vice President Vance, who answered some questions on the tarmac today where he said somebody has to say yes here or we're going to walk away, which I think misrepresents a little bit what has actually happened in recent weeks. But first, let's give that a listen.
Well, I'm going to echo something Secretary Rubio said, which is, look, we've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process. We've engaged in an extraordinary amount of diplomacy, of on-the-ground work. We've really tried to understand things from the perspective of both the Ukrainians and the Russians. What do Ukrainians care the most about? What do the Russians care the most about? And I think that we've put together a very fair proposal. We're going to see if the Europeans, the Russians, and the Ukrainians are ultimately able to get this thing over the finish line. Again, I feel pretty optimistic about it. I think everybody has been negotiating in good faith, but it's now time, I think, to take, if not the final step, one of the final steps, which is at a broad level, the party saying, we're going to stop the killing, we're going to freeze the territorial lines at some level close to where they are today, and we're going to actually put in place the kind of long-term diplomatic settlement that hopefully will lead to long-term peace.
So just to be clear, in terms of the proposals and who has said yes and who has said no in recent weeks, Ukraine has said yes 2.5 times out of 2 proposals. See if I can thread this needle. So there was one proposal that the United States put out there, total 30-day ceasefire, just stop for 30 days. Ukraine said, great, we're in. And Russia said, yeah. Also, no more military recruiting for Ukraine. They have to pause that. Also, no intelligence sharing with Western countries, and all arms shipments have to stop coming into Ukraine. And that wasn't on the table. So again, Ukraine agreed. Russia did not. A few days later, about a week later, this Black Sea and civilian infrastructure ceasefire was on the table, or civilian energy infrastructure, I should say. Again, Ukraine said, great, we're in. Let's do this. And immediately, Russia actually launched attacks into Ukraine and said, maybe, but only if all of these sanctions that were layered on by the United States and Europe are pulled first. Then maybe we'll consider it. So 2 out of 2 times, you have Ukraine saying yes, and Russia saying, we just need a lot more out of this. So the impediment there is Russia is the impediment there. I don't know how else to look at that. And then just a couple days ago, we had Russia put up this kind of phony 24-hour Easter ceasefire that they violated almost immediately and almost 3,000 times throughout the course of the day. It wasn't real at all. But Zelensky followed that up by saying, hey, Russia, if you want to talk ceasefires, how about 30 days starting now? The only thing we're going to say is do not use drones and missiles to strike civilian infrastructure. What do you say to that? We're on board. Let's do it. And Russia said, we just got to look. We got to look into this for a while, and I don't know. And of course, since then, there's been strikes against civilian infrastructure, so that one's off the table. So I don't know that saying that neither side is saying yes is necessarily accurate. From what I've seen, it looks like Ukraine has been very willing to get to this ceasefire agreement, and Russia continues to say no. But the reason that I say we're getting ready to walk away entirely and not just stop trying to navigate some sort of peace deal is because of how Secretary Rubio is framing this conflict. Let's give that a listen.
Well, I don't know about by the end of the week. I'm hopeful that we can get to something quickly, and I remain, hopeful that we can get something done because this is a terrible war and it needs to end.
This guy is just lapping up Trump's cum drizzling out of his fucking limp dick. Rubio is just a fucking Trump cuck, dude.
Because it has no military solution. There is no military solution to this war. We have to be frank. Russia's not just going to roll over Ukraine and take the whole country, and Ukraine's not going to push them all the way back to where they were before 2014.
So if there's no military solution, or that's how we're presenting the conflict right now, then it doesn't
I'm fine, Chef Poppy, just fine.
Seem like we're going to step away from this and then immediately say, okay, now let's layer on some additional military resources. In fact, you could see the argument coming out of this saying, why send another $1 of military aid if there's no real military solution? The stick that might be used here is that we're getting ready to cut off military aid entirely, which, let's be honest, is very popular with a segment of Trump's base, not necessarily a majority across the country, but we know there's nothing on the docket right now for Congress to re-up any sort of military aid to Ukraine going forward. So when this batch runs out that the Biden administration put in place a few months ago, that's it. And I think there's a very real chance that we don't see anything layered on top of that. This is how it's being framed right now. The last chance, the last offer is out there. It was a peace deal reported by Axios. We talked about it in a previous video today. It's terms that are not agreeable to Russia. They're not agreeable to Ukraine. It's probably going to fall through. And personally, to me, that looks like we're just setting the stage to walk away entirely. But that's all I've got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Yep. Fucking Trump is a Russian agent. There's no reason. None. No reason whatsoever he would be so friendly to Putin. The guy's just a Russian spy.
Few weeks, not 3 years and counting. The strategy the Russian President Vladimir Putin employed was to transport a small number of highly experienced special troops directly to the Kyiv airport, capture it, and then use it as a staging ground to enter the capital. From then on, the troops would march directly into the government, with Putin's belief that they would experience little to no resistance and capture the current leadership, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The plan was a disaster from the start. Former President Joe Biden's administration warned Ukraine that Russia was mounting an invasion, giving the latter ample time to prepare for this type of scenario. After all, it was practically Russia's modus operandi when trying to remove opposition and install puppet governments, to the point that it was used 3 times, twice during the Soviet Union era, and most importantly in Crimea itself in 2014. Ukraine shelled its own largest airport, delaying the Russian troops. This gave the Ukrainian military enough time to regroup, even if it ended up losing the airport later in the afternoon of the first day of the invasion. But the damage was already done. Russia couldn't mount its decapitating strike. The aircraft that was supposed to come as reinforcements were recalled, and the mechanized infantry that started in Belarus was significantly delayed by Ukraine's land forces. And then Russia just kept losing more and more men. Within the first 6 months, by August 2022, US intelligence estimated that Russia had suffered around 80,000 casualties, counting both killed and wounded soldiers. These early losses, driven by miscalculations and fierce Ukrainian resistance, forced the Kremlin to initiate partial mobilizations, primarily targeting reservists and those with prior military experience. However, these efforts faced major public backlash and led to a noticeable outflow of military-aged men seeking to avoid being drafted. This created an additional change in military conscription, now focusing on drafting inmates and even using private militaries as mercenaries. This was still not enough, as by February 2023, the toll had risen sharply. Leaked US intelligence documents revealed that Russia had likely seen between 35,500 and 43,000 soldiers killed in action, with total casualties estimated to be between 189,500 and 223,000. Even a more conservative estimate put the casualty count at over 100,000 losses. This would make the first year of the war in Ukraine the deadliest conflict Russia had been in since World War II, by its duration, easily outpacing the 9-year Soviet-Afghan war, which claimed only 15,000 casualties. Faced with dwindling professional forces, Russia increasingly turned to recruiting civilians by offering high
Nig Gur donated $2. Racist obsession with South African white genocide. ADL. I don't know what... I don't know when this article was published, what they mean, what's in the article, but... whatever. The ideal set of circumstances in South Africa would have been to get rid of the apartheid, but don't allow blacks to run for office. That would have been the ideal set of circumstances. Because, yeah, I mean, you can even interview black South Africans. They all say life was better even under the apartheid regime. So the best compromise would have been to have gotten rid of the apartheid, just don't allow blacks to run for office. Because in every fucking way, they've fucked over South Africa. Blacks more often labeled retarded. Black children are 3 times more likely than white children to be labeled mentally retarded. Like, I don't know by... I'd have to read the article. This is from 2001, so... Question of the day. Happy Black History Month. Would you pick cotton for $200 an hour? That's very strange. Thanks for the donation, Nig Gur. Booty Cum donate $2. Great. That's great. Ukraine's president is super goated, practically throwing himself into the front lines, fighting the Russians as Putin invaded the country. I wouldn't say he literally threw himself in the front lines, but he is based. Like, I'd probably pick cotton for $200 an hour. That's like pretty good hourly rate. Brittany Venti's a retard. I love how Brittany Venti ended up dating a fucking dude with an incel fucking channel. It's pathetic. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Luigi is a Nietzschean. He wrote a fancy essay on how Christianity supplanted Roman paganism through its promise to the poor that there is an egalitarian afterlife.
Ah. I don't know if that's at all true. Didn't Rome adopt Christianity because the Roman emperor, I think his mother was Christian, and then he made it the official religion of Rome. Isn't that how that happened? I'm not a European or Roman history expert, but that's interesting. A lot of the lower classes were converting because Christians were known for helping the poor more than pagans, just became more popular. Constantine seemed to want to become Christian because he liked the idea of having one god under one empire. Okay. Okay, so yeah, maybe the popularity of Christianity came first, and then Constantine. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not a Roman history expert, but I know Constantine made it the official religion. I'm just not sure what came first, the popularity of Christianity, and then Constantine made it the official religion, or he made it the official religion, and then it exploded in popularity because Christians stopped being persecuted. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. He saw a cross of light on the battlefield, supposedly. Huh. Okay. Booty come donate $2.
I am.
It's that time of night.
Alright, I'll be doing this while you guys do that. Hold on, wait, let me.
Here you go.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. All who donate $2, watch all, don't scam. I'm not watching all of that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
High salaries and fast-track contracts. Many of these recruits had little or no military experience and were quickly deployed to the front lines with minimal training, raising serious concerns about their effectiveness and survivability. The period from February to August 2023 marked another turning point, as Ukraine expanded its use of drone warfare. US forces estimated Russian casualties to have reached 120,000 killed and up to 180,000 wounded by this point, for a total of 300,000 losses. Ukrainian drones proved devastatingly effective, accounting for an estimated 60 to 70% of destroyed Russian systems. The precision and affordability of these drones made large-scale, conventional Russian offensives increasingly unsustainable. By early 2024, casualties had reached staggering levels. Estimates in
This is assuming 8-hour workday with a schedule of 40 hours a week for work. That would be... Yeah, wouldn't that be like $8,000 per fucking week or something? Yeah. Bro, I'd pick cotton for $8,000 a week. That would probably be worth it.
indicated Russia had suffered up to 211,000 soldier deaths, with total casualties nearing 500,000. The independent news outlet Medusa, analyzing data on confirmed soldiers killed and data retrieved from the Russian probate registry, estimated 75,000 Russian soldiers were killed since the start of the invasion and by the end of 2023, a statistical estimate within a wide range of between 66,000 and 88,000 killed. These were factually confirmed losses based on the registry, and even Medusa admitted that it's likely that Russia had suffered significantly more deaths than reported. Even more conservative estimates of only 250,000 casualties, still multiple times higher than the numbers Russia was reporting at the time, suggested that the Russian losses were accelerating with the war turning into one of attrition. This phase also saw Russia ramp up conscription from economically disadvantaged regions and offer lucrative death benefits as incentives, a tactic dubbed deathonomics. Civilians with little combat experience were increasingly used as cannon fodder in grinding assaults, often against well-defended Ukrainian positions supported by drones, artillery, and precision strikes. In some cases, entire Russian battalions were wiped from the map.
Booty come to any tellers this better. Okay, thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
while a more successful push would see a casualty rate of only 30 to 40%. By August 2024, Ukrainian drone warfare had become even more dominant, reportedly responsible for up to 80% of Russia's frontline losses. Furthermore, August 2024 was the start of the Ukrainian Kursk invasion, which followed Russia's strikingly ineffective summer invasion, which saw casualty counts surpass 1,200 soldiers per day. The Kursk invasion only accelerated the losses, as Russia was forced to split its forces into invading Donbass and mounting a counteroffensive in Kursk. In mid-October, North Korea got involved and sent 11,000 men to Kursk as part of the Russia-North Korea defense.
Ludwig $2, dude. I think World War Z def had one of the most strongest / lethal zombies. Holy fuck. World War Z was stupid. If there was like a zombie outbreak on a plane like this, like, yeah, everybody would be screwed. But when they showed the zombie invasion in Israel, the zombies would have no chance. There are so many people in Israel that just walk around with ARs just for self-defense. And then on top of that, you have the fucking Israeli military. Like, they have F-35 jets. Like, zombies were piling up outside the city. The idea that the Israeli military wouldn't just kill all the zombies with just some sort of explosive, like napalm or something. Like, they could just launch white phosphorus on these zombies and just kill them. You wouldn't even need to use high explosives and risk, like, damaging the wall. So they massively downplayed the effectiveness of modern weapons in that movie. The zombies would have no chance. Like, guns work. You can even look at, like, very old wars, like the British Zulu War. I think it was like 5,000 Zulus versus a couple hundred British troops. And the British troops only had trapdoor rifles. They didn't even have machine guns. And the British annihilated the fucking Zulus. And these are like humans with rational thinking who could plan and strategize, you know, versus dumbass zombies that are just gonna, like, run off a fucking cliff. Like, yeah, I just don't see that as a realistic scenario where there would actually be a real, genuine risk of, like, absolute apocalypse where zombies are an existential threat. It's just so easy to kill them with firearms. Yeah, like, this would never happen. This was stupid. So why wouldn't the Israeli military just drop white phosphorus on these, like, zombie piles here? It's dumb. And on top of that, like, they have machine guns. So just mow them down. Like, if you can mow down thousands of Zulu warriors with trapdoor rifles, I can guarantee you can mow down thousands of fucking zombies with high-caliber machine guns. So that was just silly. And of course that religious people would do their chants. Yeah. I've had a lot of dreams where there's like a zombie apocalypse and then some dumb religious people like freak out and then kill everybody. Thanks for the donation, Ludwig. Bootycum donated $2.
Go. All right. Go, go, go. Oh. No burping. Oh, that fucking hurt.
Yeah, don't, you know.
No! Fuck, I couldn't.
Yeah, we're good friends. I'll message her. You actually are. Besties. What the hell?
I don't know why you sent that one. Alright, thanks, Bootycum. Bootycum donated $2. Did you see this new thing the Houthis did? Gross. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Booty Cum donated $2. First one is Hawthor's wife. Well, she is prettier than Eddie Hall's wife. Okay, thanks, Booty Cum.
Defensive pact. However, these supposed elite troops turned out to be highly ineffective in the wake of Ukrainian drones and longer-range tactics. After nearly 3 months of being pummeled and suffering at least 3,000 casualties, expectations grew that Putin would recall the North Korean troops, but instead 3,000 more were sent. As of March 2025, Russia's total military casualties were estimated to exceed 910,000, according to Ukrainska Pravda, a news outlet almost solely focused on wartime reports. With professional units decimated and contract soldiers dwindling, Putin ordered the conscription of another 160,000 men. Although the Kremlin insisted this draft was routine and unrelated to the war, most observers recognized it as a clear response to persistent battlefield attrition. The war's evolution, marked by Russia's increasingly desperate recruitment and Ukraine's tactical superiority through drones and Western weapons, has turned what was expected to be a swift Russian victory into a war of attrition, exacting a steep toll on Russian manpower and morale. But what about the aforementioned military equipment that Russia boasted? Well, as mentioned, drones were considered the great equalizer in modern warfare, with both Russia and Ukraine creating brand new battalions only focused on drone operations. The skies surrounding the front line were practically abuzz with drone activity. The sheer variety and number of drones meant that practically every major operation undertaken by either side would quickly be spotted by the other. Then the drones could utilize their superior mobility, when compared to infantry and mechanized units alike, to go deeper into enemy territory and perform precision strikes to cut off any semblance of an advance as soon as it could start. This led to Russia quickly pulling even its older tanks like the T-64s out of storage to bring them to the front line. Unlike the upgraded T-64 Bulats on the Ukrainian side, these were likely only minimally improved to get them operational. Rather than be an active part of the war, these tanks likely represented mere alternative targets, and their losses would mean that a more advanced tank, like the T-90, might potentially eke out a win somewhere on the front if it went unchallenged. But even Russia's more advanced tanks proved to be no match for drones. The
T-14 doesn't even exist. Booty Cum donated $2.
Try this one. You know the Jelly Belly, the juicy pear? Also Asian pear.
Sent me that one before.
It's not my fault. And anyway, it's never the streamer's fault. Ever. It's never my. Oh,
Jason?
Gummy, could you not press my keyboard, please?
Yeah, you guys aren't doing too well.
Who the hell watches these chicks? Like, she's so gross. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
The supposed next-generation main battle tank, the T-14 Armata, of which Russia has roughly a dozen only, made its debut in mid-2024, only to be quietly recalled from the front mere weeks later. The logistics and economics of utilizing tanks that could cost millions to make and repair didn't make sense when Ukraine fielded first-person view kamikaze drones that could be made for as little as $300, and they can destroy tanks. All of this leads to staggering numbers of military equipment losses. By the end of March 2025, Russia had lost a total of 10,500 main battle tanks, close to 22,000 armored vehicles, over 25,000 artillery systems, whether they were self-propelled or pulled, and over 1,300 multiple rocket launchers. Russia's war in the sky has suffered similar setbacks. While 2024 was considered Russia's best year in terms of territorial gains in the Donbass region, it came with heavy troop casualties, and was also heralded by a sharp increase in military drone usage for both short-range and long-range operations. Unmanned aerial vehicles like the Shahid 136 from Iran would be just one of the many different long-range drones that Russia would launch into Ukraine, with the severity and frequency of the strikes increasing in 2025. Overall, Russia lost over 35,000 unmanned aerial vehicles over the course of the past 3 years. The reports of Shahid and other drone attacks support this estimate. In February 2023, Russia launched just 45 Shahids. By February 2024, this increased to 377. In February 2025, though, Russia launched a massive 3,902 drones in Ukraine. The number of other drones is likely a significant multiple of that, as Russia reportedly increased its production capacity to 1.4 million drones in 2024. All of these drones proved to be unable to create adequate pressure on Ukraine. Even amidst some of the largest drone attacks, Ukraine continued to make significant advances in its own military technology, bolstered by prototypes and new developments from vital NATO members like the UK, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland. These countries either adapted existing equipment to better fit the modern warfare model of using long-range artillery and drones, or devised upgrades to mortars or infantry support vehicles that would make them more versatile or effective against drones themselves. But there are a few more aspects of Russian losses that go beyond just the military, but also truly showcase how damaged Russia actually is by this war. Since the onset of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, Russia has experienced one of the largest waves of emigration in its modern history. Hundreds of thousands of people, from young professionals and students to IT specialists, engineers, and entrepreneurs, have fled the country. Estimates suggest that over 1 million people may have left Russia by 2024, with particularly large surges following the 2 major mobilization announcements. Many left not only to avoid conscription, but also to escape the increasing authoritarianism, international isolation, and economic instability triggered by the war. This exodus has stripped Russia of a significant portion of its most educated and economically active population. The economic consequences of this brain drain are already being felt. Russia's labor market is tightening, particularly in sectors that rely on highly skilled workers such as tech.
Ludwig donates $2. I don't know why, but every time you get the burp donos, it makes me think of this game. Oh yeah, I remember that now. It's been so long since I played Donkey Kong 64. And yeah, I agree, World War Z could have been so much better, bad directing. At least the good part is the zombies don't eat animals, only humans. Yeah, that's nice. Apparently the game World War Z is really good, though. Thanks for the donation, Ludwig. Dodo donates $2. This is the Make America Healthy Again grass-fed organic crowd.
My guests today are Ed and Becky Morgan, who own and operate Quicken Farms in West Virginia. Ed and Becky, thanks so much for joining.
Yeah, Make America Healthy. Dude, they're so fat. I love how idiots like Jordan Peterson are like, oh man, farming is such hard work. Do these people look like they're, like, physically exerting themselves particularly hard? Like, maybe to get up to take a shit or something, but, I mean, you're not doing that much hard physical labor if you can be that fucking fat. So, yeah, it's just, everyone's such an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Joining us, and thank you for introducing us to your cattle over there. Your farm is the only livestock producer processor in West Virginia. What products do you sell that are most impacted right now?
Just about any meat product, any protein product, and it's impacted because of the, excuse me, because of the packaging.
Yeah, these people need to eat less meat. I can fucking tell you that much.
We have to, basically it's plastic bags or some of the equipment is, it's definitely raised the prices. For example, we just placed a bag order. We buy the bags once a year. Typically, our bag order is between $1,500 to about $1,750 a year. Just here, like 4 days ago, it was almost $2,600. And we're going to do the very best that we can to not pass that added expense on to the consumer. But I'll tell you, it's going to be tough. It's we don't work on these huge margins, so it's going to be rather difficult.
Well, that's good. I guess people will eat less meat.
Well, what is your margin, if you don't mind asking? Because most of the business owners we've talked to, their margin is somewhere between 5 and 8%.
That's generous. I think you'll find most people are going to be like us, and we don't get a paycheck. There is no paycheck to us. We just kind of have to figure ourselves into part of the budget to keep the lights on. It's not a separate business. It's our way of life. So yeah, our margins right now before the markup is probably 5, maybe 6%.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe they could eat less food. Buddy, to get that fat, their grocery bill must be pretty fucking substantial. You do not get that fat while only spending, like, 30, 40 bucks a week on food. Well, thanks for the donation again, Dodo. Bootycum donated $2.
Hi everyone, my name is Brittany and
calling me weird is not an insult.
Here.
Okay, thanks, Bootycum. Bootycum donated $2.
Okay, see.
Where's my dogs?
Hey.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Booty Chem.
Technology, science, and finance. For example, Russia experienced an unprecedented unemployment rate of only 2.4%. While a small unemployment rate is good for a country, a healthy unemployment rate is estimated to be around 4% and up to 6%. This allows the country to have a steady supply of people to fill new job openings and typically counts people currently in between jobs, which points to a competitive market as companies have candidates to meet their demands. However, the record low unemployment meant that companies suddenly stopped being able to meet their employment quotas. Furthermore, many of the migrants were part of Russia's burgeoning digital economy, fields that are difficult to replenish quickly, especially under global sanctions and restricted access to Western technologies. Small and medium-sized businesses have significantly suffered from the departure of key personnel, stalling innovation and reducing productivity. Demographically, the impact is even more severe. Russia was already grappling with a declining and aging population before the war. The country, much like most of Europe, had a low fertility rate of only 1.8 births per woman, while the required fertility rate for growing the population without immigration is around 2.1. This was further compounded by the country's economic instability in the decade after the Soviet Union's collapse, which saw the fertility rate drop to only 1.2 at the turn of the century. The war has only made the problem more severe, as the country just lost over 100,000 men in the war, and likely even more, and over 1 million people left it. The loss of young, working-age men and women is compounding a crisis that threatens long-term economic growth and the sustainability of state-funded programs such as pensions and healthcare. Many of those who left are unlikely to return in the near future, especially as the war drags on and civil liberties within Russia continue to erode. The state is now left with a shrinking tax base and increasing pressure on public services to support a disproportionately older and less economically productive population. Compounding this demographic hemorrhage are the enormous military losses Russia has suffered. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers killed or wounded, the war has directly removed a sizable portion of the country's workforce. Many of the conscripts came from rural or economically disadvantaged areas, where the loss of able-bodied men has deepened existing.
Bootycom donated $2.
Känner ni er som...
We're not even gonna party car.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Social and economic divides. In many regions, families have lost not just breadwinners, but future generations of workers. The psychological and economic burden on communities, particularly where male populations have been decimated, will be long-lasting. Furthermore, the casualty count of 910,000 include both killed and wounded. Both of these types of losses directly strain the Russian economy. Due to increased incentives for recruits, Russia needs to pay out more and more to the families of the deceased. And even for soldiers who survive their wounds, chances are they're going to need lifelong social assistance from the government. The combined effect of mass emigration and battlefield casualties is a profound weakening of Russia's human capital and productive capacity. In the long term, this dual loss may lead to stagnation or decline in key industries, hamper innovation, and severely limit the country's ability to compete globally. Even as the government attempts to plug labor shortages through conscription or increased automation, the foundational problem remains. Russia is losing the very people it needs to rebuild and modernize its economy. And the effect on the Russian economy is even worse when you account for the changing wartime spending and Russia's need to practically overhaul its trading patterns. Western sanctions that began immediately after the invasion in 2022 cut off Russia from key international financial systems, restricted access to advanced technologies, and heavily limited its ability to trade with traditional partners in Europe and North America. In response, Russia pivoted toward countries like China, India, and Iran, increasing energy exports to these nations. However, these alternative markets often negotiated steep discounts, reducing the potential revenue from one of Russia's most vital income sources, oil and gas. While Russia's economy arguably bounced back, maintaining a 3.6% growth throughout 2023, it's highly misleading when compared to the actual state of affairs. This is due to the country spending more and more on its military. In 2025, more than 40% of Russia's annual budget seems to be devoted to the military and other secret projects. In total, Russia would likely end up spending 6.3% of its GDP on national defense, a figure unseen in the country since the height of the Cold War. In contrast, the US spent only 3.36% of its GDP on its military in 2023. The increased spending on the war means that Russia's economy is effectively propped up by its inefficient trade in gas and oil, which itself is conducted largely illegally, and then a large portion of it is being used to continue the war effort. In the meantime, traditional domestic manufacturing and agriculture.
Bootycom donated $2. Ugh.
Right, my broke my back.
Okay, thanks, Bootycom.
Will suffer manpower and budgetary shortages. In essence, Russia's betting that it can end the war before the long-term ramifications of going all in on it start to show, likely in only a few years. However, with Europe stalwartly backing Ukraine at every turn over the past few months, the war might not end in 2025, at least not in Russia's favor. If Russia
Desperate attempt to save Mohammed Hijab from Ali Dawa has forged a screenshot in a desperate attempt to save Mohammed Hijab from his own actions, and I've got 100% undeniable proof.
So all I'm going to say is die in your rage.
Nobody. Mohammed Hijab has been accused of emotionally and sexually abusing a woman, alias Aisha. As the heat turned up, Hijab has gone into hiding and has dispatched his favorite puppies to do his bidding. Enter Ali Dawa, the top dog of bootlickers, in a long, maundering, circumlocutory, disoriented, discombobulated, yet edited, speech. He attempts to repeat the lines Hijab instructed him to say.
What? Plotting?
At the 26-minute mark, Ali brings up a screenshot, which he claims was featured on Behind Veils, the channel dropping piles of evidence against Hijab. He notes that Salman of Behind Veils says it was Photoshop, but claims he failed to say it came from Aisha.
Booty Cum donate $2.
Are you ready for it? Right, man. Just did it.
On burps? No, I don't burp. John Pork, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Booty Cum.
This is a double lie.
You are an outright liar.
Number one, it is not the same screenshot.
Or number two, you have psychological issues.
I mean, number two, Salman explicitly says it didn't come from her.
The problem? It never originated from Sister Aisha.
Its actual source is an otherwise unknown X account called True Salafi 1. As actual screenshots from Aisha were surfacing, this account of 6 followers tweeted proof that the screenshots were fake, showing one no one else had seen. A 2023 chat showing a profile photo from a December 2024 fight, True Salafi wrote. The X thread was filled with people laughing at the stupidity of not realizing profile pictures update, so a screenshot made today would have today's profile picture, and the proof failed.
The evidences does not match.
Fortunately, a second attempt was made, this time allegedly showing an anachronism in the conversation. Ali Dawa explains.
There is a voice note right...
Booty Cum donate $2.
I'm grossing myself.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. For some reason, it's only showing up as one link. Yeah. I don't know why, but the... Oh, no. Yeah, it's only one link on Streamlabs for some reason. And I can't, like... Wait.
Excuse me.
I hate how I have to go through this fucking effort. God damn it. Fuck. How is that not working?
Let's get it started.
Whoa.
Okay, thanks, Booty Cum.
Right underneath. Why don't you press play, bro?
Sorry, wrong clip. But you do have to admit that not being able to play a voice note on the screenshot is pretty strong proof it is a fake. If you have no idea.
Well, thanks for the support stitching, NoFap. Appreciate it.
How screenshots work.
Yeah, that flipping clown.
Let's try again.
This was on 10th August 2023. This happened before October the 7th, which meaning that Hijab did not know or did not have any communication with Shuli or Dershowitz.
You'd think someone of Ali's caliber would know it's Rabbi Shmuley and Alan Dershowitz, not Shuli and Dershowitz. But then again, he is just reading the script he was told to say.
It made me embarrassed.
Looking closely, something is off about the phrase, I'm not Shuli or Dershowitz.
This was photoshopped.
But let me come back to that. There are several details that appear to be wrong. The subscribe button is missing next to the channel name. There's no top icon bar from the screenshotter, just...
Bootycom donated $2. Fuck, why? How are you sending these links? Dude, they're all... did you change the way you fucking put the links in the thing? Because it's only showing up as one URL in fucking Streamlabs. Dude, I'm not going through the fucking effort to copy the entire fucking link and delete it over and over again. Okay, that's all you get. Figure it out. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Aisha. There's 2 bottom pull-up bars, and the YouTube overlay is missing the back button and the word shorts. These discrepancies might have explanations of varying plausibility. But what about the video title, which reads, He Threw Me Out? Ali Dawa's own video, proving it came from her channel, shows only one now deleted short. And it shows it titled as I trusted him and was told I shouldn't. That video incidentally shows the correct current shorts overlay. And then there's the smoking gun. Take a look at that circle of Shuli or Dershowitz, supposedly added on top of a screenshot of Aisha's video to highlight her air.
Look closely, guys.
Well, it does highlight an air all right. Somehow, the YouTube overlay is on top of the circle.
Which is actually very weird.
The only way this could happen is if the person who circled the suspicious words also added the YouTube overlay over the top of the words he first wrote himself.
Absolute crackhead.
So, Ali Dawa, what do you have to say about this proof?
It made me realize the mistake that I did.
I see. And what should your audience ask themselves?
If this has been forged, what else has been forged?
Yeah, really.
You need to ask that question to yourself.
And what would you say about anyone who goes to hijab to learn about Islam?
You're going to go to the vilest of the vile and the most satanic of the satanic.
And what about you? Will you stop kissing his butt for views?
No. I actually had to apologize to hijab and say, bro, I'm sorry.
I see.
Yeah, they're all liars. It's all a grift, dude. Bootycom donate tellers. Okay, you picky boy.
Oh my god.
What was that? I will burp in your guys' ears though, not gonna lie. Oh shit, my fault.
Okay, thanks, Bootycom. SV donate $2. Yeah, I've seen that. It was pretty impressive. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Let's bring it up for a second here. I didn't really talk about this very much. I didn't talk about it here on the channel, but this happened over on Twitter. So let's look at what happened on Twitter, where a certain Jake Shields, who's an MMA UFC fighter, who has quite some accolades, I guess, challenged me to a debate, or he said he would debate anyone, and I said, okay, let's debate. And the debate topic was, let's bring this up here, share this tab. Okay, this works. That's cool. All right. So he is the guy whom I challenged to a debate because he keeps going around and saying nobody wants to talk about the Holocaust. So I said to him, okay, I'll debate the Holocaust with him.
And why aren't we allowed? Why is no one allowed to ever talk about Jews?
And he's one of those imbeciles who says like that that the Holocaust is a lie and has been debunked and is full of lies and so on. So I challenged him to a debate about the Holocaust, and he eventually accepted it and said, come down to Vegas. I said, okay, all right. So then he said he has to get back. He has to prepare for 2 weeks and he will get back to me. In fact,
prepare. Why would world-renowned Holocaust historian Jake Shields need to prepare?
Because he's scared.
Dr. Jake Shields.
Yeah, this is gonna fall through.
And his many books of history.
So I in fact posted here, I agreed to come to Vegas. When are we debating? He said to me, hey, I'm going to need to do 2 weeks of research. 1 to do 2 on 2, and I can grab Dan Bilzerian. It's like,
the only guy dumber than me on the planet. I found him.
You would expect somebody who is aware that he's a complete idiot and ignorant to say, all right, well, I should probably get somebody who knows the topic. And to get somebody who actually knows, and he gets another guy who is even dumber than him, Dan Bilzerian. So I said to him, okay, well, let's do this. Let's do this. I give you 2 weeks. I gave him 2 weeks. 1 month later, he wouldn't get back to me. Eventually, I pressured him. And what he said to me was then the following, as I just showed it. It was, give me your phone number and stop acting like a slimy Jew and posting all our private conversations publicly, which I, of course, posted publicly again. I didn't give him a number. The funny thing is, I didn't give him the number that I always use.
Smart.
I almost did.
I'm not bragging, donate tillers. If you hit someone 20 times wild, they die.
And I'm not bragging. It's just that I didn't believe in Santa Claus at 2.5, and nobody had to tell me. I'm not bragging here, but not everybody's family founded Texas. Again, I'm not bragging to say that things I've coined become popular parlance. I'm not bragging, but aren't those some big pecs? I'm not bragging when Jeff Bridges calls me. I knew Vladimir Putin listened on a routine basis. That's not bragging. I'm not bragging. I really have read thousands of books. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not some pseudo-intellectual here. I'm not bragging either. I can pretty much speed read. So I've read, let's not exaggerate. I'm not bragging. I just keep saying hundreds, and it sounds like an exaggeration. I've probably read 200 naval history books of the U.S., England, France, China, Japan, the Netherlands, the Romans, the Greeks. I mean, I really got into naval stuff for some reason. I know about the maps of the South China Sea. I'm not bragging. I just know it in my head. And I'm not bragging. I mean, it's a fact, folks. I can think 50 levels up, okay? I'm not bragging, it's just a fact. Not bragging, again, I'm not bragging. This isn't Alex Jones's head got big. Man, I'm not bragging saying I'm Mr. Cool. The only reason I've always been the coolest guy around. When I was 12, and I'm not bragging, this is a normal behavior, I was going after women. I mean, I'm not bragging, but I was 14 dating college chicks.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, I'm not bragging. Bootycom donate $2.
Because they don't live close.
Okay, thanks, Bootycom. SV donated $2.
My life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a fuck if I cut my arm bleeding. This is my last resort. My life
Okay, thanks, SV.
Do not do it. Don't do it.
Neck Hurts donated $2.
Muscles discourage us at all.
To get to the island, the women have no choice but to swim to the shore in the clothes they're wearing.
No dry clothes and no fire. It's gonna take hours.
We got 0 sleep last night. We stayed up the entire night, and we haven't had fire because it rained and put it out, so now we haven't eaten.
Like, I mean, no shit.
That woman belong in the kitchen?
Absolutely not. How else will the rest of the house get cleaned?
Worst moments in man history. 1920. Men give women the right to vote.
Thanks for the donation, Neck Hurt. Booty Cum donated $2. That's gross. Alright, thanks, Booty Cum.
I almost did because I thought this is a public figure. This is a guy who has 800,000 followers. He's known. He has fought so many fights. And
he's
so
not
on.
going to post your phone number.
Yeah, he's not going to do something messed up. But then I thought, but man, this is a Jew-hating Nazi
evil
guy.
slimy dude.
Yeah, I'm just going to get a virtual number. So I went over to Google Voice where you can get a free number. Got a new number and gave it to him. I said, let's set it up and not waste time. A few hours later, I started receiving really nasty messages from several numbers, and the messages, I'm sorry, looked like this. Here's a number, for example. This is what they look like. I'm not going to read it out for those who are listening. Sorry.
What? It's not on there.
Oh, wait. Here. This is what they look like. I didn't show this either. So here, he said, give me your number. I said, let's set it up, not waste time. And then I started receiving messages that look like this. And I can't read it out for those who are listening. Sorry.
Wait, hang on. On your brand new phone.
So, Jake Shields wanted to get this guy's number so he could dox him, sent his number out to who knows who, and then he just started getting these fucking nasty racist hate messages from Jake Shields' friends, supposedly. Or who the fuck knows who? Dude, Jake Shields is just a piece of shit.
Phone number, on your brand new phone number, and only he has the number.
Exactly.
This is what starts popping up from Punchy McPunch.
Booty Cum donated $2.
Oh, maybe you shouldn't keep.
Okay, thanks, Booty Cum.
Punch face, Shields.
Exactly. So this is what he, this is the kind of stuff that I received. So of course, as a response, a few hours later said, LOL, did you just post my number? To which he did not respond. Of course, it was him. I have more messages, including one that is just a voicemail that says, is this the slimy Jew? Which kind of sounds exactly like something he says. I'm not exactly sure who sent those messages, probably his friends or something, I don't know. Or maybe he has like multiple phone numbers with which he actually trolls people. This is what the guy does. Like, this is the MMA fighter who...
Booty Cum donated $2.
I gotta burp, you guys.
Okay, thanks, Booty Cum.
What moms thought the Beatles sounded like in 1964.
It's kind of weird how the Beatles were controversial back then. Like, holy fuck, dude. Ugh. People were fucking pussies. Well, thanks for the donation, SV.
Who actually goes around trolling and harassing people and sending nasty... Like, this is something that I wouldn't even do if I was 12 years old, you know? It's so weird. So anyway...
well, you haven't been punched in the head nearly as many times as him, so...
So this guy, he is... he, after being called out, said that that I leaked his private messages, which are just the messages that you just saw, and wanted his phone number, which is a lie. He wanted my phone number. I don't platform demons who cheer on killing kids. I don't even know who this effing loser is, but he's been begging to debate me for months. He doesn't even know who I am. He has been corresponding with me for nearly 2 years now.
And he follows you and me.
And then he said, "Fight me for 60 seconds," and he doesn't follow me.
Oh, he stopped. He used to.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. "Fight me for 60 seconds and I'll debate you after," he said. So
tell him debate first and then fight afterwards.
Yeah, "Fight me for 60 seconds and I'll debate you after." I thought about this and I thought maybe I should accept it actually and should organize a debate by amateur MMA standard rules and make it happen. And then after it's concluded, we can do the debate. I'm still thinking about it because I think the debate would be fantastic. And the thing is, there's no value
not right after you've been knocked out.
Well, dude, this guy, like, agree to it. The guy's just gonna run again. He's such a coward, he wouldn't even fight him for 60 seconds if he knows he's gonna have to debate afterwards. So, yeah, Jake Shields is a fucking lying coward. Booty Cum, donate $2. Do you like burps? No.
Pheromones. Thank you, Sabona. That's the word.
Alright, thanks, Booty Cum.
Yeah. There's no value in debating this guy. It's like there's no value at all. It's just to take these guys and to make an example of the horrible, dumb stuff that they talk about all the time. So anyway, this guy is a very good friend of Dave Smith. And Dave Smith continuously defends this guy and says, "Well, you know, he's been very nice to me. He's been very nice to me. He's been very nice to me," and so on, you know. This guy literally hates Jews. And Dave Smith is his friend.
It's like Goebbels going, "Oh, but Hitler's nice to me."
Nice to me, man. It's nice to me.
SV donated $2. Alright, well that's nice. Thanks, SV. Hector donated $2. Think the big guy has been big for way too long.
You wanna burn fat while staying at home? Do these! Do these! For 3 to 5 sets in 35 minutes. Do these! Do these! For 15 minutes, 6 cents. Do these! Do these! Do these! For 13 days and 14 cents. Do these! You wanna burn fat and gain muscle? Do these! You gotta do these. You wanna get flexible at home? Do these! Do these! Oh! How was homecoming?
I can't believe that joker, man. God damn.
Hey, thanks for the donation, Hector. Booty Cum donated $2. You know, I think I'd rather pick cotton than have to do this.
Oh my.
Okay, thanks, Booty Cum.
The Jews, 543 of the Quran. The Jews come to Muhammad to settle a dispute, and Allah says, why do they come to you when they have the Torah? They're required to judge by the Torah. If anyone fails to judge by what Allah has revealed, they're no better than those who rebel. You go to the historical background from that verse. Muhammad is set up as the judge. He says, bring me the Torah. They bring him the Torah, puts it on the judgment cushion, says, I believe in you and in the one who revealed you. He's talking to the Torah. And Ibn Asad, the Jews come to him and they say, do you really believe in this Torah that we have with us? He says, yes, I do, but you've broken your covenant. Over and over again, he affirms the inspiration, preservation, and authority of the Torah in the possession of the Jews. According to the Quran, Jesus affirmed the Torah that he had between his hands. So everyone's affirming the Torah. Somehow, we don't believe in that Torah, even though all your books here are quoting the Torah.
When Allah says in the same surah earlier, this is the problem with context that you don't worry about, right? Is that those are people also that wrote things with their own hands and attributed to Allah.
Same surah?
Let me finish.
Same surah?
Same surah.
Which surah?
Bring it. I just explained it to your other little Christian friend.
Which surah? Here's the Quran. Here's the Quran. I quoted 543. Same surah.
I got you. Relax.
They wrote it with their own hands.
Yeah, let me use a...
While he's looking that up, since it's going to take a second, and it's not going to find it.
All right, hold on.
You're looking for Surah 279, but that's a different chapter. So 543, Jews come to Muhammad to settle the dispute. Allah says, why are they coming to you when they have the Torah? So apparently the Torah is the judge that they're commanded to judge by. A few verses later, Christians are told to judge by the gospel. People of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed therein. Next verse, Muslims are commanded to judge.
Booty come, donate $2. Okay, thanks for the donation, Booty come.
By the Quran. So you get this different perspective, that the different groups have their different revelations, and they have to judge by them because all those revelations are from God. But eventually some Muslims started looking into the Torah and the Gospel, realizing, wait a minute, all these scriptures that were affirmed as the Word of God by Allah and Muhammad, is the inspired, preserved, authoritative Word of God, still authoritative, they don't line up with the Quran at all. Therefore, they must have been corrupted.
Oh, David Wood.
What's that?
Surah 5, verse 41. Today, this is the end of David Wood. O messenger, let not those who hurry to fail and to disbelieve grieve you. Of such who say we believe with their mouth, but their hearts have no faith. And of the Jews are men who listen much eagerly to lies, and listen to those who have come before you. And they change the words from their places.
You said
Same
right.
surah.
No, you said right.
Same surah. Also that wrote things with their own hands and attributed to Allah.
Same surah.
Let me finish.
Same surah.
Same surah. This is the
What
ayah
you said.
in the same surah before. No, hold on, Dave. This shows.
You got caught. I'm having trouble taking you as not being deceptive right now. You know that's not what it said.
Let me just read.
You know that's not what it said. You know it.
Let me just read.
100% you know you're wrong.
Let me read. Okay. Right? Here, when we talk about those Jews that changed their scripture,
then say this.
This is
Vegan Runner, donate $2. Okay, thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. Thanks for the membership, Street Vegan.
they took those words out of their place.
While they're speaking? While they're speaking?
No.
Have you spoken with Jasmine?
Sort of. Sort of. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Speaking or in the text?
Who are given, right? So listen to others who have not come. They have changed the words. Which words are these? They changed the words of what was revealed to them from their places. Hold on. And say that if you were given this, take it. But if you are not given this, beware. And whoever Allah wants to put into a fitna and error, you cannot do nothing against them. Those are the ones whose hearts have not been purified. Now this ayah that shows that they changed the words is before
In the text,
the ayah.
In the text, it says they changed the words in the text. Because there are two ways to change the words, right? Hang on. Because look, we read Surah 3, verse 78. There is among them a section who distort the book with their...
Retard donated $2. Okay, thanks for the donation, retard.
Tongues
of such who say we believe with their mouth.
There is among them a section who distort the book with their tongues.
Of such who say we believe with their mouth. Exactly.
As they read, you would think it is a part of the book. Yes.
Exactly.
They distort it with their tongues.
Yes.
Are there
That means it's corrupted. The text is corrupted? Yes, because...
Whoa, he said yes. Are there Muslims who distort the Quran with their words?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Are there Muslims who distort the Quran with their words?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish, right?
You've just proven the Quran is corrupt.
No, I have not.
Yes, you did.
I have
100%.
Hold on. When you see those that change the words, and Allah is warning you about them before those ayat,
From their places.
And from their
How can
places.
they change them if they don't still have them?
Hold on. They have, and they have changed them, right? So this is where you see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala warned about this before we go forward in the same. When I told you in the same surah, and I found it for you, now wait. If you look at the hadith, hold on. I'm not done. If you look at the hadith that you quoted from a Tirmidhi, without even knowing that it's from a Tirmidhi, where Rasulullah ﷺ got off and put the Torah on the pillow, right?
He quoted Abu Dawud.
This scheme is going to go home and find it, and it's not in Abu Dawud, but it's okay.
It is in Abu Dawud.
Okay, we'll go.
Abu Dawud Surah.
Abu Dawud Surah.
Wait.
What surah?
Sheikh Uthman is saying this is not in Sunan Abu Dawud, right?
Let me explain the hadith to you if you don't mind, right?
Okay.
The hadith where Rasulullah ﷺ put the Torah on the pillow. He said, I believe in the one who sent that, no doubt. But if you look at the context of the hadith, when Umar ibn Khattab found a piece of the Torah, Rasulullah ﷺ told him that this is not going to be a means of...
Been over, bitch. Donated $2.
What the fuck, dude? You gonna act like that was a cop? Sorry. No, seriously, get up.
I'm gonna fart in this jar and then light it on fire. I'm gonna fart.
My brother always farts in his sleep time for a prank.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Alu donated $2. Okay, I'm not watching the other links you give me.
Guidance, even if Musa came today, he would have to rule by the Quran. This is why you don't understand context of the ahadith and other ahadith. You take one out of context. No doubt the Torah, the Injil were revealed by Allah. And as I've continued to, no doubt aspects of that message. But Rasulullah ﷺ was told in the Quran that these people have changed parts of the book.
No.
They have.
No, they change it with their mouths.
Yeah, when they speak, when they and in the Quran is also the other ayah that you know that they write and say in their writing that which is not from Allah and attributed to Allah.
And
is that not true?
And you're saying this would corrupt all of the books?
This is going to corrupt those books that they had, no doubt.
So in Mecca.
Let me explain it, right? The Quran, the difference, the Quran, and why, alhamdulillah, Allah preserved it, is we have manuscript.
The lower text shows some significant variations.
Alhamdulillah.
This comes as a double-edged sword. On the one hand, this cuts away at the sense of complacency that many Muslims have gone around with, thinking that, okay, you know...
Alu dude donated $2. What the fuck, dude? Stop scamming. Don't send me fucking disgusting shit.
I burping in your face?
All right, thanks, Salu.
Everything has been preserved, dot for dot, letter for letter, the way it was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad.
We have
Religious scholars are fucking retarded. The stories in the holy texts are meant to provide the slaves universal principles and morals to adhere to. Nothing in these books is literal or historically accurate. What is the point of arguing over religion?
There's no point to anything, dude. We all just try to find something to keep us occupied until we die. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
have oral memorization, we have ijma, consensus of the Sahaba on the Quran from Surah Al-Fatiha, Surah Al-Nas, right? Something you don't have in the Bible. Many Christians have different books that they would put
Your
in
God
there or
affirms
not,
our Bible.
right? Again, you misunderstand the affirmation.
Why would he say? Why would Allah say?
It's 5:30.
No, why would Allah say? Why do they need you?
Just because you got
when they
nothing
have the
better to
Torah?
do doesn't mean that I don't have a family and I don't have a job and things.
I'm
to
just
do,
saying, why would Allah
I've
say-
been here half an hour because this is not my job. You're just trying to make your money. I gotta go do other
everything
things.
must be
all right?
some impure
Yeah.
motive.
5 o'clock.
Just while
5 o'clock.
while
I
you're
was
setting
done.
up, while you're breaking down. Why would Allah say? Why do they come to you when they have the Torah?
Sure.
If
Retard donate $2. Please watch the entire video, it's only 40 seconds. Okay, thanks, retard.
Someone was able to scrape all of the Russian government's websites and file dumped everything they could, even private pages. Found a bunch of sweet nature camvids. Big kitties.
There's a kitty there, and there's 2 kitties over there. These are very big kitties. Thanks for the donation, retard.
it's corrupt.
Sure.
And when we
explain it now.
when we read the passages,
you see now he doesn't want to listen to the explanation, right? This is a style in tafsir called tawbih. You know what tawbih is?
No, what's that?
You don't, because you're ignorant. Now, tawbih is when you are told something to teach you a lesson, which is not a literal meaning, right? The point there was not that the Jews should not come to the Prophet ﷺ, but they would come to the Prophet ﷺ when it was beneficial for them, and when not, they would go back to the Torah. They were being told, paying attention, bro?
Not what he says at all.
Again,
Why do they need you when they have the Torah?
Since this is anonymous, I'd like to confess. I've masturbated to burps for 10 years. I've seen probably 10,000 burp videos in my life. And I've masturbated probably 10,000 times since 10 years ago. Once a day minimum, and 2 to 3 per day times is pretty common.
Well, that's nice. It's probably good for you. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Ben Overbitch, donate $2.
Cover your farts.
Hey, thanks, Ben. Alan donate $2. Do you think the extreme cow cut is affecting your mood? Poor sleep quality can affect your mood. You think you should take a break and eat more for a bit? What's your current goals? Like, I have days where I take a break if I'm really having sleep issues, and I can't, like, move or think. So when I'm too exhausted, I'll take a break, but... I'll just keep dieting until I'm done. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Please watch the first minute. Please don't scam.
It's nice to know that if I ever have to take a dump while I'm out, you'll let me come use your patio. I don't want to think about what you do with that patio. When nobody's looking. You even call it Barry's Piss and Shit patio.
Okay, that's almost 30 seconds. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
What's the point of restricting your calories?
How the fuck else are you gonna lose body fat? Thanks for the donation, Tard. Anonymous $22, what led you to atheism and not agnosticism, and aren't all atheists actually agnostic since there's no way to know? 100% truth on God's existence. Are you agnostic about the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, dragons? Like, it's just stupid. It's just a stupid fantasy story. If somebody can provide proof, then I'll change my mind, but why would I have an agnostic position when it's a completely unsensible, untenable position? Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
So they have tawbih. You don't understand ulum al-Quran? You don't. That's the problem. When the Prophet was there, did he not tell them that if you want to rule today, you have to rule by the Quran? Even if Musa alayhi salam came, he would rule by the Quran. Did he not tell them that?
So you're telling me he contradicted himself.
Thank you. It's not.
He ordered
It's
the
not.
Jews
It's
to
not a
judge by
contradiction.
Tard donators, why would you take a break from dieting if you want to lose weight? Are you trying to fuck with me? Thanks for the donation, Tard.
He ordered the Jews to judge by the Torah.
Let me explain, okay?
Dodo donators,
Been some blowback for the time that I've been spending in government with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. I think the work that we're doing there is actually very important for trying to rein in the insane deficit that is leading our country, the United States, to destruction. And the DOGE team has made a lot of progress in addressing waste and fraud. The natural blowback from that is those who were receiving the wasteful dollars and the fraudulent dollars will try to attack me and DOGE team.
Yeah, sure.
And anything associated with me. So, but then I'm really left with two choices. Should we just let the waste and fraud continue? And it was continuing at it to grow at a really unsustainable pace that was bankrupting the country, or to fight the waste and fraud and try to get the country back on the right track.
When I was younger, I used to be so horny I would take a shit and stay on the toilet without wiping and jerk off into the toilet bowl while watching Burps, and then let the poo crust in my ass and wait to wipe until I came.
Alright, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Track. And I believe the right thing to do is to fight the waste and fraud and get the country back on the right track, and working together with the President Trump and his administration. Because if the ship of America goes down, we all go down with it, including Tesla.
Yeah,
and everyone
right.
else. I think this is this critical work. Now, the protests that you'll see, they're very organized, they're paid for. They're obviously not going to admit that the reason that they're protesting is because they're receiving fraudulent money or recipients of wasteful largesse. But they're going to come up with some other reason. But that is the real reason for the protests. The actual reason is that those receiving the waste and fraud wish to continue receiving it. That is the real thing that's going on here, obviously. Now, that said, I do think there's the large slug of work necessary to get the DOGE team in place and working in the government to get the financial house in order is mostly done. Starting probably in next month, my time allocation to DOGE will drop significantly. I'll have to continue doing it for probably the remainder of the president's term.
Okay, we're not watching this entire thing, but Elon Musk is a fucking dumbass, dude. Yeah, Tesla's probably gonna go bankrupt any fucking day now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Poop Booty Cum donated $2.
Talk your shit by your lip.
Alright, thanks, Poop Booty Cum. Appreciate it.
If you as David Wood say that I'm a liar and I'm this and I'm that, you make all these videos, and then when you have an issue with your wife, for example, you come to me and say, hey, you're the most trustworthy guy I know.
Out of the motley crew, Svaria, Frank Tufano, Blaha, Dylan McKnight, Carly Muscle, who is the biggest embarrassment to the human race? Rank from least to greatest.
I would say Blaha. Actually, no. Sverige, Blaha, Frank Tufano, Callie Muscle, and then Dylan McKnight. Yeah, Sverige, Blaha, Tufano, Callie Muscle, Dylan McKnight. Oh, least to greatest. Okay, then reverse it. It would be Dylan McKnight, Callie Muscle, Tufano, Blaha, Sverige. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Another time I chugged 3 water bottles so that I had a lot of urine. Then I sat on the floor and pissed my pants on purpose and let it soak my jeans and then pissed on my socks, took them off my feet and then jerked myself off with the piss-soaked socks.
Alright, well, at least it'd be warm. Thanks for the donation, Poop Booty Piss Cum.
1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234, 1234,
I'm just gonna skip that. Thanks for the donation, Poop Cum. Retard donate $2. More cute Russian nature vids. That's a big kitty. I want to pet that kitty. Those are foxes. That's an ocelot. Pretty sure that's an ocelot. It's a very nice kitty. Very pretty. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And a third story, I went to the public restroom, took out napkins from the trash can and then used them to jerk myself off with. The best ones were the ones with mucus or snot in them. I came onto the inside of the toilet bowl while I was standing in stall.
Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum Jerk Off Burps.
Can you judge between us? And I tell you, why are you coming to me? Why don't you go to Sam and your friends? I don't mean that you should go to them. I'm trying to teach
he didn't actually mean it.
No, it's Tawbih.
What about in
You know
Ibn
what Tawbih
Asad
means?
when they say, are you affirming the Torah that we have? And he says,
Sure.
yes.
Well, bring me Ibn Ishaq, because Ibn Ishaq, as you are well aware, has many riwayat from al-Waqidi that are the truth, right? Oh, you didn't know that either.
No, if you want to throw Ibn Ishaq under the bus, that's good too.
Listen.
What about eternity when Muhammad said that Jews have the Torah and Christians have the
What was
gospel, and it
revealed to them?
was in the same.
What was revealed to them?
It has to be.
No. What
has
is
to be
there, or what was revealed to them? Show me the hadith.
It has to be.
Show me the hadith.
Okay.
You're
Came
so
to
ignorant,
him
man,
and
you know
said, "Do you not allege that you follow the religion of Abraham and believe in the Torah, which we have, and testified that it is the truth from God?" He replied, "Certainly." He replied, "Certainly." He replied, "Certainly." But you have sinned and broken the covenant contained therein, and concealed what you were ordered to make plain to men. Notice,
concealed from
that's
the
exactly,
book. Change the
doesn't
verses,
say the book.
concealed.
He doesn't.
When I tell you, if you come to me and I say you have concealed from this.
Booty Cum donate $2.
You know what? If this turns you off, I'm sorry, but it's just a part of who I am. Here's.
Okay, thanks, Booty Cum.
Message. Do I mean that you have the preserved message? No.
So if jihadis come up and they say, "Here's what the Quran says,"
Sure.
and it's not, then they've corrupted the text. They've changed the text.
Then I will tell them you don't understand the text. But if they go and they change the Quran, which they have not, but if they went and changed it, then I would say you're concealing the message, and I would not believe in what they have.
And believe in the Torah, which we have, and testified that it is the truth from God. He replied, "Certainly." He replied, "Certainly." He replied, "Certainly." And if they quoted passages and changed the order in order to
repeatedly, I feel bad for you.
You're throwing your own God and your own
people can watch the video
under the bus.
But it's a little late. I got a family. You got nothing to do in San Diego.
Keep in mind. So if I write, "This is the Quran,"
right?
I've corrupted the Quran, right?
No.
If someone said,
listen.
Your interpretation of 279 is.
Who is Dodo? Has he ever revealed himself in chat? Who is Dodo? Has he ever revealed himself in chat? Who is Dodo? Has he ever revealed himself in chat? Who is Dodo? Has he ever revealed himself in chat? Who is Dodo? Has he ever revealed himself in chat?
I don't know who he is, and I'm not sure if he talks in chat at all. Thanks for the donation, Do. Do you take the deaths that occurred due to crop production to be rights violations? No. SV donate $2.
She was just 13, I was 31. I said, "Little girl, let's have some fun. I'm gonna marry that girl, 13 years old. Ooh, I'm gonna marry that girl that's 13 years old." Well, I took her to the church after school. She's just 13 and she's my cousin too. And if her daddy gets mad, one of these days I'll shoot him in the head with his own 12 gauge. I'm gonna marry that girl, 13 years old. Ooh, I'm gonna marry that girl that's 13 years old.
Okay, thanks, SV.
They write the book and claim that it's from God.
Listen.
Is that the Torah has been corrupted?
Listen. Let me explain. And this is the last thing I'm going to explain. I'm done, right?
And just to add to that, just okay. So I just read a couple words. "In gulps will he sip it." And I'm talking to, let's say I'm talking to an illiterate audience, and they don't know, they can't read it for themselves. And I say, it says, "Will he sip it in gulps?" I changed the word order, right? I changed it. According to you, that's what the Quran said. It's.
Do you like burps? 123,456,789. What the fuck, nigger? Nigger. Burp. Fart. Cum. Suicide. Homicide. Rape. Do you like burps? 123,456,789. What the fuck, nigger? Nigger. Burp. Fart. Cum. Suicide. Homicide. Rape. Do you like burps? 123,456,789. What the fuck, N?
Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Appreciate it.
If you write something and you say it's a book, your book's been corrupted. Or if you change some words, for their places, which I just did with the Quran, then the book has been corrupted. So according to the criteria you gave for a
that there is a dramatic political divide in Generation Z between the women and the men. As you can see by polling that's been done, women tend to be skewing very radically liberal, and the men are in most cases a lot more to the centre. In Britain, they're still really left-wing, and in South Korea, they're really conservative. And there are other polls I've seen done that suggest that in America, Zoomer men are more conservative than their grandfathers, which is just such a great turn up for the books. But this has, as you can see, created...
Yeah, it's AI algorithms. So women and men are getting fed different shit on social media. That's what it is.
A massive gender divide. And people are starting to notice this. People are starting to cotton on. And they're wondering if it's about age of the cohort, like younger Gen Z versus older Gen Z. And maybe there is something to that. But I think a lot of it might just be down to political ideology. Because I saw this article on the New York Post, and it's about a woman who has noticed this trend as well. And I think it's worth just going through and having a look at. So this is framed around the series White Lotus, and apparently there is a relationship in here where a younger woman chooses an older man. And this is controversial for millennials, and I suppose inherited by Gen Z, that there is a power imbalance between them. And so this becomes a highly controversial thing. It's actually, weirdly, boomers tended to marry very close to their own age group as well. I actually don't know what it's like for Generation X. I married my wife is 8 years younger than me, and she's the one who came chasing after me, and she took a liking to me, and the rest is history. But the point being, there's something similar.
Nigger. Spick. Cum rape. Shooting. Nigger. 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 Nig.
Alright, thanks for the donation, N-word.
Happening here with Gen Z women and millennial men. But they think there's a reason behind it, and it's actually about political ideology. So according to one 19-year-old who's dating someone in their late 20s, so about roughly the sort of divide between me and my wife, she says, I'd go out on the odd date with someone my age, and more often than not, it would end up in a straight-up argument where he started saying Andrew Tate makes good points. Again, you can see how this can be interpreted from the political divide. And then what she's saying is, hang on a second, I don't agree with Andrew Tate. Why are young men my age all people who are spouting Andrew Tate, Andrew Tate? And she says her boyfriend, quote, super chill, a feminist. Weirdly, so are most of his mates. He missed on all the manosphere stuff, and it shows, right, so he is a domesticated...
Burp cum poop nigger 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 burp.
Alright, thanks Justin, appreciate the donation.
Feminist soy boy, right, understood. And so The political divide between the men and women of Generation Z make the men less attractive to the women, because if the women are skewing radically to the left and the men are not, I mean, they're not even very right-wing in America, in the UK, even in Germany. They're not very right-wing, but they're just like 1990s Democrats, which by modern standards is far right. Well, yeah, they're not feminist. They're not like super progressive. They're not self-abasing men who are unprepared to stand up for themselves. And so anyone who comes along saying men should stand up for themselves, actually, such as Andrew Tate, well, he does start making good points to those people, because
Nigger rape, 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 Nick.
All right, thanks, James.
they have a dignity as men that they wish to preserve and have respected, which is actually completely reasonable. And so they say, look, with Gen Z women said to be more leaning more progressive and outspoken, Gen Z men increasingly choosing conservatism, many young women say they're struggling to find like-minded mates and instead are better matching up with the millennials. And millennial men are, of course, a total washout when it comes to being men. And there are numbers to back up the claims. They say only 56% of Gen Z report having had a romantic relationship in their teens, compared to 78% of boomers. That's not just a drop, that's a plummet. Yeah, that is remarkable, to be honest. And the so-called Gen Blend relationship could be the answer. And Bumble says that 63% of users do that. Now, you get the expected
niggers, 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 Nick.
All right, thanks for the donation, Mark Ross.
Well, 21-year age gaps, the Leo DiCaprio types. Yeah, no, obviously that's too much. But the Gen Z women who have been taught by the millennials that any form of power imbalance is bad can't really get past this. And I think there's also something to do with the nature of basically men and women, right? As in, women are more interested in looking for men who are more experienced because they have higher status, they have more resources, and they project a more worldly demeanor compared to young men who don't do this. And I'm sure that everyone remembers when they were in school and, like, you know, when they were 14 and their 14-year-old classmates who were women, who were girls, were dating like 16 to 18-year-olds, right? And everyone's like, oh, they shouldn't be doing that. And they wanted to anyway because these guys were more worldly, they had more experience, they had more resources, they had access to cars, blah, blah, blah. And it's just something that, honestly, as a teenage boy, you just have to kind of suck up. You just have to go, right, okay, all right.
VG, all right, well, thanks for the donation. You're welcome, nigger. VG, all right, well, thanks for the donation. You're welcome, nigger. VG, all right, well, thanks for the donation. You're welcome, nigger. VG, all right, well, thanks for the donation. Yes, nigger.
All right, thanks, Alu.
Right, well, there's nothing I can do about that. I just have to wait for time to pass. But the point being that this is something that is natural outside of this sort of setting. So, for example, if I became single tomorrow, I'd probably date a woman in her mid-30s, and I'm 45, right? So, and I think a lot of it is down to the fact that this is just a kind of natural evolutionary thing for women, and that they want to look up to their men. They want men who are admirable, whom they consider in some way, frankly, superior to themselves in experience, in resources, and wit, in knowledge. Women tend to, this is what hypergamy is. Women want to date upwards and want men who are better than themselves at doing things. And so the feminist...
Nigger, 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 nigger.
All right, thanks, Mason. Appreciate it.
Can you debunk this IG post's caption?
Working on convincing Dad meat isn't actually unhealthy for you for a couple of years. His reaction is good. We were raised vegan, but after struggling with hormones and gut issues, started looking into functional health and discovered that meat may not be as bad for you. Discovered blah, blah, blah. There's nothing to debunk. He's been trying to convince his dad that meat isn't bad. Like, that's not a proposition. Okay, like, what do you want me to debunk? Like, yeah, meat's bad for you. Vegan diets don't fuck up your hormones and gut. Like, there's nothing to debunk. He didn't make a single proposition. Thanks for the donation, Jack.
I have a bomb, run away. 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 I have.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Mason.
This attempt to level the genders and destroy men's ability to amass this kind of authority and gravitas in themselves has been totally destructive for women's relationships, women's romantic lives. Like, actually, and Jordan Peterson makes this point, what kind of partner do you want? It's like, well, the feminists have said we want everything to be the same. People have got to be born on exactly the same day and earn exactly the same amount of money. But women actually don't self-select for that. The revealed preference of women is actually they want men who they perceive to be superior to themselves in intelligence, earning power, height, physical strength, all of these other just things. Women want men who they can look up to. And that's totally reasonable and totally natural. But that also means, well, if we're in a society where men are deliberately immiserated, held back on purpose, by design, as a point of policy, to even the balance between the genders, well, everyone's love life gets totally thrown out of whack. Right? Men now can't really impress women, and so women don't really look up to them. And that means that women are constantly alone and just end up on, Tinder or Bumble or whatever, just essentially being very, very cheap prostitutes. And the men, and they don't get to form the relationship they're looking for. And men just either, like it's the 80-20 rule that we've heard so much about, the most attractive guys just go through women like toilet paper, and the other 80% of men just don't get women at all. Because for the average guy, it's probably not his looks that are winning over most of the women around him that he gets to date. It's going to be his charm, his status, his worldly wisdom, his place in society.
Modern feminism is just Marxist ideology, and you can look at every society that has adopted communism. It's all, like, they're all terrible. Like, why would we want this? Feminism is just cancer.
Frankly, is what's going to be attracting a lot of women to him, because in other ways he's just average. And so giving the average man something that helps women find in him something attractive is actually really, really, really good for society as a whole. It's not good for feminism. And so you can see why a sort of centrist position would be, yeah, no, men should be the primary breadwinners, because then women will look up to them, women will rely on them, women will want something from them, and it is in this that women find their attraction to their men, assuming they're not just built Adonises, which, I mean, most of us just aren't, frankly. And
yeah, I got it going on right here.
So this is important for making healthy relationships. And men skewing towards being conservative represent that. The women skewing very liberal represents decades of feminist propaganda that is designed to equalize things. But even then, in their own stated preferences, they're like, no, we still want the superior men. because we can get men who, like, we want the older men who are, frankly, in agreement with us with our politics. And so the question for Gen Zers is, okay, well, what do I do, right? And well, the answer is actually not everyone is a radical leftist. Like, it is like a larger swing that way, but it's about the political content that you imbibe when you're young growing up, right? And so this is a fascinating post I just saw going around on Twitter. Just some guy who's just like, well, here's something that happened to me. I knew something was up with Gen Z when an 18-year-old waitress at a diner I frequent told me women shouldn't vote. I want to be a stay-at-home mum. She was a totally normal girl, not online, just a typical hydro-flask public schooler, unchurched. Signs were there. So, sure, like the older Gen Zs and younger millennial women are, of course, deeply indoctrinated into feminism, but the Andrew Tate stuff and the memes that come out of it, the way that people view the world, it's not just confined to young men. And I guess we can see from this that a lot of young women kind of agree, actually. And women tend to go a lot more conservative when they get married and have children, which if a woman is naturally inclined to want to get married and have children, well, she's going to actually be quite conservative and end up with some quite hardline opinions, actually. I mean, women shouldn't vote is not an opinion I've ever voiced. And so it's you can see what I mean, like, and I consider myself pretty damn right wing these days. So it's interesting how there is this distinction and how people are beginning to wake up to it. And so basically, if you're a sort of Gen Z guy, you're like 24, 25, you're probably going to have to wait a few years. But in like 4 or 5 years' time, the sort of, 20, 22-year-old women, well, they might well themselves be fairly right-wing and themselves looking for people with whom politically they agree. And you might be in that position. So who knows, maybe there's hope on the horizon. But I think it's interesting how the natural sort of nature's age difference between men and women, and I swear to God, I've seen this so many times, that the most compatible couples seem to have like a good, 5 to 10 years between them. The younger women prefer the older man prefers the younger woman, and it just seems to, everything seems to just work naturally from this basis. This kind of extreme parity seems to be fairly unnatural, the product of feminism and the product of a political ideology that, frankly, as time might be coming to an end. So again, who knows? This all might fix itself. I don't know. But I think this is a very interesting development that does speak directly to the political bifurcation of the men and women in Gen Z. And I don't know what the solution is, frankly. I mean, let's hope that actually people choosing to consume right-wing content
just blow up the earth. Fuck it. Why bother? Just blow everything up.
Did he literally do this to troll me? Eddie, what are you doing to me right now?
Who weighed the plates?
79!
Wait, when was this uploaded? 2 days ago.
Try to say that Turk Builder didn't work. This guy Jose, he doesn't like Coach Greg. I've got the receipts, the emails. Wanted me to go to scan and say, oh, their body fats didn't work. The guys came out at 6,800 watts. Peak power, 6,800. Do you know what the world record is? About 2,500. And remember, there are millions of people around the world that bike ride. Coach Greg is one of them. And what is my peak power? It's in the 1,500s. I'm an elite level sprinter. Very good on the bike. Does it not look like I would be strong on a bike? I have a Guinness World Record in the...
That's surprising. I had a power meter on my old bike that ended up getting stolen. I could get up to 2,000. Like, it was only for like a second, but I could get up to 2,000 watts. I don't know if you have to sustain that power for like a certain time period. But yeah, there were peaks that got up to like 2,000 if I was sprinting or hill climbing.
Dirty snake. And so would you also trust that machine that was designed by a scientist researcher to assess Mitchell Hooper's bicycle strength? He came out at 6,800 watts.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
In the deadlift. And so very powerful. Mitchell Hooper, who's way stronger than Coach Greg, I give him that. I expected him to be double Coach Greg. And so if he had said, hey, I broke the world record, I had 2,900, I'd say, congratulations. I believe it. But when you say 6,800, when the world record is 2,500, that's more than double the world record. And so it would be.
You know, I'm sure some of that has to do with his weight, because he's very heavy. Isn't he like over 300 pounds? So like if you have to push down into a bike, just being heavier would be a huge advantage versus somebody who's much lighter.
Be equivalent to this. What is the world vertical jump record? Somebody say they jumped 4 feet. And he writes me and says, you know what? I just broke the vertical jump record. Wow, congrats. What do you get? 2 inches over the record? No, 2.5 times more. 10 feet. It's so far-fetched that I don't believe it. And that doctor, he was involved with Lance Armstrong, and they've proven that he was sketchy. And so you do not think it's more likely measurement error? In the video, they literally said we need a bigger flywheel. And so there's oftentimes measurement error. Sometimes I'm using the Garmin and bammo, it shoots out 2,900 watts. It's an error. Things happen with machines. They're not always accurate. And so when he puts out 6,800, you think it's more likely that Mitchell Hooper is more than twice as powerful as the most powerful cyclist in the world? Have you ever seen Robert Forsman? Have you seen it?
Yeah, maybe the power meter that I had was inaccurate, because it said it peaked out at 2,000. Who the fuck knows? I don't know what.
Squats. Bro is squatting 5 plates on each side with 1 leg. And so this is the man who has done this research. Coyle and Armstrong research errors evaluation. Literally an article talking about the inaccuracies of that coach. Admitted to making what he calls a minor error. Widely criticized from the beginning. The test explaining efficiency measures. The first response criticism of methods and overinterpretation of data. And so I don't want to confuse everyone, but he ain't doing the right thing. This is no way possible, and although Mitchell Hooper is excited to have more than doubled the world.
6,800 watts. So that would be 6.8 kilowatts. Kilowatt to horsepower, it's like 1.34. Yeah, okay. That does sound ridiculous. So Mitchell Hooper would be producing like 9 horsepower? That's hard to believe. If the world record is 2.5, 3.3 sounds much more realistic.
World record, and by the way, that would be 4 times stronger, more powerful than I am. And I do in fact race bikes at an elite level, and I'm telling you, even at his current body weight, if he could actually do the numbers that he was saying, he would win every single bike race in the world. Any sprint, no one could beat him. No one has that kind of power. We're talking 40 watts per kilo for peak power. It's ridiculous. Oh, I say terkestrone is way stronger than creatine, but I doubt it's going to add on 16 extra pounds of muscle. You know what it is, and Juga could list with an anti, for example. Study did video, right?
Actually containing terkestrone.
That's right. And so 3 years ago, do you remember the terkestrone scandal? And so what happened is HDLT supplements, as well as Chris Bumstead, you remember, Chris Bumstead told terkestrone, and also Gorilla Mine. All of us, as well as perhaps plant, although it still works, it's not as good as the real thing. That wasn't accurate enough. It wasn't a mass spectrometer. Self, Gorilla Mine, Chris Bumstead, the point.
All right. Well, it is late. I think I will head to bed. There's probably going to be some shit about Tesla and crap coming out tomorrow, so I'll probably react to that. We'll see what the new breaking stories are. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it, even though a lot of you tried to make me go insane. I should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.